welcome to Tyranny of Dragons. I'm Mr. DM, and with me, my wonderful players. Hello, wonderful players. We've got an interesting game tonight, but before that, opening stuff. All right, so I'm going to go through this very quickly. Once again, for those who are not sure and have not been here before, or maybe have been reticent to use it, you can give inspirations. You can give inspirations to the players. We have up to how many inspirations you can give. So now you can give up to 3 inspirations per session. And you can also decide whether you're giving it to an individual player or for the group. If it's for the group will decide how to use it. But if you're feeling rather saucy and just want to fuck with the players, for good or for ill, you can give me inspiration, which somebody already has. So that should go well this evening. I'm sorry, I got to get all the laughs out before the TPK. So did I say that out loud? So make sure, use your channel points, buy the inspirations. Trust me when I say they do come in very, very handy, and it is definitely something you want to use if you can. And don't worry, if it doesn't get used, you will get the channel points refunded back to you at the end of the stream. Second announcement is merchandise. You can get all the wonderful merchandise. This is my very, very bad Mel Brooks impersonation for those who are not catching it. Yes, so this is like one of the wonderful shirts we have in the merch store. For those who can't see it, the first rule of Wizard Mafia: there is no Wizard Mafia. Clearly being said by a wizard, possibly in a mafia of some sort. So there's that shirt. There's the Gorple. There's the Basha. There's the Amala. There's Drovar. Yes, there is still also Bocek. For the foreseeable future, the Bocek shirts will continue to be in the merchandise stores.
They're rare now. They're collector's items.
Yeah.
As can be seen by Bocek's nameplate. Just indicating, of course, that unfortunately Bocek is no longer with us. But thankfully, Matt is still with us, because I would be very, very, very sad. I'd be a very sad DM if Matt was not still with us. But yes, check it out if that's a way that you are interested in supporting what we do here on stream. Also, it's a way for us to give back to you. Just like all the crazy, wonderful merchandise that we are able to provide. If you are supporting us through Twitch, if you're a tier 1 sub, you automatically get a 5% discount on your purchases. If you're tier 2, 10%, and tier 3 gets 15% off. So, and that is in perpetuity. If anything, down the line, we might be increasing those numbers depending on how popular all of the merchandise is. But as of right now, that's what it is. And once again, there is also another way to support us. If none of those ways are interesting to you, you can also check us out on Patreon. On Patreon, we have a number of different things number of different tiers that will also get you stuff every 3 months for a whole year. You will get rare and one-of-a-kind players and creators merchandise that you cannot get in the store. And once they're gone, every year, they will refresh into something different and something new, and you will never be able to get the other stuff ever again. So, just check it out. See what you think. As I said, just another way for you to support us. But again, I will always like to say, because I don't want to just be like, hey, buy merch, go on Patreon. Just sitting here and watching us is support enough for us. Okay. We just want to give everyone as many options as possible to support, because some people just have the ability to say, you know what, I like what you're doing. I'm going to buy a t-shirt, or I'm going to sub to you this month, or what have you. So just absolutely, if all you can do is watch us, we love you for that. All right. So don't feel obligated to do any of the other things I just said, but I just like to lay out options for everybody, because you have all given us this opportunity to do something awesome every week. by just watching us. So we want to just give back a little, and that's how we're giving back. So, all right. So, and on top of that, the very, very last announcement, as always, I have these amazing people who are playing this game with me that are allowing me to run a game for them. Please support all of the amazing things that they do. All right. On the break, you will see all of the different content, all of the amazing things that these very talented individuals do. Please support their stuff. Again, like when they get all rich and famous from all of the amazing things, I can say I know them. That'll be my claim to fame, and I'll be cool with that. So, I ran a game for them. That'll be the thing I say until I die. So please make them very rich and famous so I can have something to say on my deathbed that sounds really cool. All right. So yeah, I am a name dropper, folks. I will 100% be like, I knew John when he was talking into a shoebox back in the day, and look at him now. Something crazy like, I'm sure I will also be senile, which is the shoebox comment. Yeah. So.
Oh, here I thought it was like he used to do it with his mic or something because he needs that's what I was thinking.
Well,
I thought you were serious.
It's hanging from my ceiling for a while, so yeah.
So, but like I said, that's more me being self-aware of how senile I'll be when I get older. But anyway, please support all the amazing stuff, all the projects, all of these folks are doing. It's just amazing stuff that they do. But with that's it for announcements. So let's get into today's session of Tyranny of Dragons. And we are back. So, last session. Number of interesting things happened last session. As you continue to make your way through the dragon hatchery area of this raider camp, which was mostly, for the most part, empty. Unfortunately, one of your members, Bocek, fell to the spears of numerous kobolds. You were able to dispatch them. Took some digging into your repertoires and literally digging into your backpacks to make it happen. Amala throwing out her statue, which turned out, to the surprise of all of you, to be a griffin, in a very, very tight, enclosed space. But that, along with some interesting teamwork, and mostly rage, as seeing your fallen team member. But eventually you were able to defeat them, including turning 2 of the kobolds to your side due to the influence of small people got to work together argument that Gorple made to them, seemingly taking effect. But after a devastating death of a kobold from a Mala's griffin, in which the head of a kobold was ripped off and the spine was slurped down like spaghetti, the 2 kobold friends that you did made ran deeper into the dungeon, leaving you all with the body of Bocek and the many, many carcasses of these kobold creatures, seemingly a little hardier than you're used to. As you began to make your way out of the dungeon to kind of assess where you are, and at the very least take the body of Bocek out of this dangerous place. Fortunately, you began to see him take form, and his leg regenerate before you, seemingly being brought back by his patron god, Lyra. But unfortunately, something other happened, where a large dragon claw of unknown origin seemed to grab the resurrected body of Bocek, incinerate him, leaving only what you could guess at his soul. In this somewhat contentious moment where many of you try to do something to save Bocek, not only Bocek himself, but his very, very essence. A number of you tried to do a few things. Gorple, in his desperation, used his hunter's livery to try and actually capture the essence of Bocek's soul, much like a Pokeball, but not 100% knowing whether it worked or not. It was a bright flash. The actual dragon claw disappeared, and the only thing that was left were the ashes of Bocek's incinerated body and a very, very broken and mangled leg. You inspected the shrine area, because this area was absolutely dedicated as a shrine to Tiamat. And after doing a cursory inspection and finding a number of things, you made your way out of the Dragon Hatchery dungeon, and decided to, at least the very least, take some rest at one of the abandoned camp areas. Hopefully being able to take some kind of rest and ascertain what the fuck just happened. And so currently that's where you are. You are bloodied and beaten. You all feel certain ways about what just happened. A number of you are feeling the loss in different ways. But you are currently out of the dungeon area. It doesn't seem as if you have been followed. And at least for the moment, there is some time to breathe. What would you all like to do?
We need a place that is safe. Do we have any way to make safety here?
I can I can create a bubble where we will be safe, but it will take 10 minutes.
All right.
All right,
I
let's
think we
get
should.
up higher out of this. We get up out of the lower area. We want to be able to see them coming if they come out after us. So,
Okay.
Gorp, you and me will be on watch. Basha, you get that dome ready, and we'll just get inside and get some rest.
I'll be with you as you cast your spell.
And DM, I'm going to take the 10 minutes that we'll take to cast Liamon's tiny hut around us and our area, wherever we end up.
Okay. So yes, without any problems, you've already been in this area the previous evening, and you are able to find just outside of the actual depression of this raider camp, not too far, maybe about 100 to 200 feet away from the camp. You find a nice copse of trees where it kind of obscures you without obscuring your vision of the actual raider camp. You don't actually have a view of the entrance of the cave itself, but you have about, maybe I would say, 3/4 view of the whole camp itself. So you can kind of see people coming in from the opposite directions, but you would absolutely need to, if you were inclined to actually just watch the entrance of the cave, you would need to actually send somebody out to the edge to take a look at it.
What time of day is it?
Right now, it's probably just afternoon. If you want a more accurate time, you can roll me a survival check.
24.
24. It's gotta be like around 1:32ish in the afternoon at this point. You spent some time getting to the camp, and then even more time just inside, just taking care of business up until this point. So it's just early afternoon.
So while Bosch is kind of like casting, I kind of looked at Drovar. Honestly, I think now would be our best time to rest, because kobolds are so acclimated to the dark that daylight, they probably wouldn't come out here.
It's not the kobolds I'm worried about quite so much. It's the rest, more of those half dragons or that leader. I mean, they probably wouldn't come out on their own, but we definitely got to be someplace they're not going to see us, because we're not in a state to take them.
Well, once she creates whatever she does, I can try to camouflage it using some of the natural foliage we have around here. And then I think we want to be close, because if they move, we need to be able to see.
Aye.
But I think we might be safe as long as it's daylight for a little bit.
No, we definitely got to, lick our wounds right now, get ourselves rested up, take stock of what we got, and decide what we're doing next. Because they're here. As far as we know, there's no other way out of that place. We haven't seen anything. We haven't heard anything. If they're going to leave, they're probably coming out. I'd like to get in there,
As much as what we saw is, they were there, they were in that cave. All the treasure left. So what was leaving is going to leave. I can only imagine that these dragon eggs are still in there, and that's the only reason they're there.
We don't know. I mean, they're doing something. Yeah, the treasure. I mean, they might have taken a bunch of the treasure with them and stuff, but clearly there's some sort of church to Tiamat there. They're doing something. We gotta find out. If we can't stop it, we gotta find out what it is. Because we know this is all part of something bigger. And whatever they're doing here, they think it's important. And because they think it's important, I want to stop it.
And I kind of sit there holding this cracked gem as I kind of pull it out from my neck.
Okay.
Did you get him?
I don't know. I mean, I want to check, but I'm also not. I don't know. When I go in, I can't see what's happening around me. And if this place has changed, I don't want to get stuck.
Yeah, wait until we're ready to make the camp, and then have a chance to take a look when the rest of us are on watch.
Yeah, once Bosch is maybe doing her detection of magic on some of the things we found and identifying things. I could ask her to try to re-identify this to make sure. And also, I'd like to have her watch over me when it happens, because if anything weirdly magic happens, she's our expert.
Yeah. He looks at the tattoos around his wrists. It's like, tried to get my ancestors to bring him in, sort of adopt him. Now, I don't. If I see one Goliath amidst all those dwarves fighting alongside us, I'll know it worked. But I don't think it did.
I mean, Amala pretty much said that was Tiamat, and I'm not gonna go against her word. She knows that stuff. So if Tiamat reached out and grabs his soul, that's us trying to defy a goddess. And I don't know what mundane or magical item. Like, I will hope and pray that it worked, but if it doesn't, I won't be surprised.
Drovar, as you're looking at your tattoos, they're you know already that the more you do in your life and the more people you protect and the things that you're doing, your tattoos are slowly growing, and you've noticed that. And as you kind of look down, they're about maybe halfway down your forearm on each side. At the very, very ends of the tattoos, they look like sharp barbs going into your skin. And something that you've not seen before, at the edge of two of the barbs on the inside of both forearms, it looks like it could either be interpreted as blood drops or teardrops.
So, so it's kind of that sort of like dwarven, like tribal, essentially, like a lot of angles and stuff like that, and then these little more organic shapes that might look like drops or something, right around those points. So like, yeah, we all need to take stock.
Also, I have another worry. When that crack formed on the hunter's livery, Mac was gone. He was alive when we were in there and saving Bocek, or trying to. And then when the flash happened and the crack opened, I don't feel a connection.
Corporal, as you're sitting there kind of looking at the gem, the crack is straight down diagonally in the gem. The whole front of the gem, there is just this slice, this crack. There are no like spider veins to it or anything, and it's just cracked straight down, not straight down, in a diagonal pattern across the gem. And it feels cold.
This thing normally feels warm. It reminds me of home when I wear it. It's like dull. It just kind of feels cold.
Well, speaking as one who's dug plenty of those shiny things out of the ground, no, you can't fix them, at least not normally. But it's not really a regular gem now, is it? So,
I mean, it was kind of a prison, is what I was learning before. I never got to go back in, but I was telling you, like, when I went in there that one time, I apparently, like, the user shapes it, and like those creatures that come out are like kind of like the souls of the animals. And I know that there was a dark spot in the center that I couldn't really access, and I explored it, and that's where I met that strange dragon spirit, and I didn't really get to go any further. So I kind of figured out that it was a prison. I mean, to be honest, a lot of bad stuff happens in Chult. And that bad stuff generally involves, and I kind of like tap the whistle on your neck. Necromancy. It's horrible. Like what you did, that's common practice by a lot of dark wizards out there.
Yeah, I'm not feeling great about that either, but figured we were outmatched.
But no, I'm not. Listen, I have nothing against you. You did what you had to do. We needed reinforcements. That's smart. I'm just saying that this gem, I don't know how my people acquired it. I don't know where its origin is. This could have been a dark wizard collecting spirits in the jungles and captured a dragon and used this gem as a prison. And then somehow he was ambushed in the jungles and the grung killed him. And then the lurky pokies took this gem and now it's became an heirloom, passed down generation to generation. I don't know. I'm just a lowly warrior. And as I kind of say that, I start kind of like looking at my skin. Oh, that's weird. Anyway.
Well, after everything else, what is it? After everything else you just said?
So when you're born in grung society, everyone starts out kind of like a grayish color. And then there's a ritual that's performed by like the great spirit talkers. And they cast you into this like great pond that's, herbs and special rites are cast over it. And when you kind of dip in and get pulled out, your skin turns a different color. And it tells you what caste you're part of. So I was cast as like a low warrior and a scout. But this is different because I'm kind of between a green, yellowish color. My color shouldn't be changing. That doesn't happen unless like a magical baptism. Like you might be able to change your caste if like you did some great deed and then the king, asked the shamans to move you up, but it's very, very rare.
Well, you're defying pretty much every expectation your people had, as far as I can tell. He puts his hand out tentatively for the gem for a second. It's like, do you mind?
He hands it over.
Okay. He kind of holds it up to the waning light and kind of looks through it, sniffs it. He refrains from actually licking it, which is his instinct as a dwarf. But
right.
Well, when you trying to get a sense, it's what's it feel to him, as a
well initially, so as you take it from Gorple, it is noticeably cold in your hands. Like it is not room temperature. It is not the temperature of your surroundings as you would expect it to be. It is definitely colder than your surroundings. And as you're kind of holding it, it looks like a very, very expensively cut emerald at first glance. And as you begin kind of holding it up and kind of looking at it, is thick. No light passes through it. It is completely opaque. And then you're just kind of like looking at that cut that like just crack right down the middle. Not again, I keep saying down the middle, diagonally across its face. And as you're just kind of looking at it, your hand is starting to tingle from the cold. If you want to try and delve a little deeper into it, you can roll an Arcana check for me.
I'm not going to try. I mean, it's certainly not something that Drovar is skilled with. So I'm not going to. I don't think I'll try a roll. But he will, cup it in his hands and breathe warm air on it and kind of run it through his hands for a second. Does it feel like it warms up at all, or does it just make his hands colder and colder?
As you breathe on it, you watch as your breath turns to mist and just kind of blows out of your hand, and it does not accept the warmth.
Okay. He hands it back to Corporal. It's like, well, it's not broken. I mean, well, there's something going on with that. It's cold. I mean, my fingers are getting chilly. Look, I think you're going to need to ask somebody else. And there's none of your folk here. Basha, not her specifically, but that book's really about cold things, isn't it?
Maybe. Oh, she's probably done by now. Let's go check her out. Let's check out what's going on.
He claps him on the shoulder. They like the part where his skin isn't, so I don't.
Yeah, I'm wearing armor and stuff. Yeah. So
he's like, hey, maybe just put the gem in the book for a night and see what happens. I don't know.
Basha is definitely like when you come back, she's like just finishing like an incantation, like Basha Sarah or something, and like shutting the book, and like this dome is appearing around, and she's like, "You can come in. It's okay. You're allowed in. No one else is."
And Maul is standing behind her with the griffin, kind of like keeping watch, and you're like, all right.
Yeah, I think you're in the dome if you were standing behind me, which is
Whoa.
cool. So,
Have you cast this before?
nope.
Okay.
Basha, have you been able to do this forever and like have just been holding out on us? Is this like a mafia secret?
I mean, it's Mafia's secret, but I've only known it like recently.
Why the hell did we ever bring a tent? This is crazy.
This
And
is
he's just kind of like
kinda wonderful.
It's very comfortable and dry inside, no matter what the temperature is outside.
Ah,
Yep.
ah.
But interestingly enough, there is this very slight mist just kind of coming off of the dome, on the very top of the dome.
What color is the dome?
I'm gonna say it's probably blue based on everything else that's been happening with the book, but I
Well-
leave that up to the DM. I mean, it's technically my choice, isn't it?
Yeah, it's your choice. You can decide the color of it when you create it.
I don't even know what colors my character wears normally. I'll say it's like a purpley blue color, like violet blue.
Okay.
This is gonna stick out.
Okay.
All right.
How about
I
this?
think-
It's like that sheer violety blue, like it's like kind of similar to like an iridescent soap bubble, but it mostly the color that it shows is like that violet blue when you're looking at it.
So Drofar like picks up a branch. He's like his hand goes through, but he picks up a branch, just lets go, and the branch just like sits on it. I'm imagining he's like, well, we can hide it.
Oh yeah, and I start gathering brush, and I fucking make it look like part of this copse of trees bush action.
Okay.
I'm going to get out of the bubble. I'm also going to help try to hide everything.
Yeah,
All right, so
just go all
Gorpal-
Bowerbird on it.
Yeah, Gorpa, I'll say as Drovar and Amala are assisting you, make a survival check at advantage to try and hide this the dome's color with brush and such.
Dirty
Basha does
20.
not leave the dome, by the way.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20? Okay. Yeah, it looks pretty well hidden. It does kind of look like, maybe there's either a pile of broken, brush or such, but it doesn't look out of the ordinary.
This'll do.
All right.
And, whew. All right, and I'll like close my eyes as I get inside. I'm like, oh, magic.
Oh, you go in and you're super comfortable. It is so nice and warm in
gosh.
here.
I take off all my cold weather gear that I constantly wear in normal temperature. Oh.
If Basha wasn't like severely depressed right now, I definitely would have done prestidigitation as you went in to like cause sparks or something just to freak you out, but I'm not gonna do that because Basha's not in the mood.
Fair enough.
All right. So now that we're all here, Basha, before we get into any serious talking and figuring things out, we kind of need you. I think we should kind of assess our supplies, and we found a whole bunch of weird magic stuff, and also we have no idea what happened with my gem. So I wanted you to also look at that, but when you get a chance, you don't have to rush.
I've looked at it before. I can look at it again. I want to see those objects that we took from the cave as well. It'll take me like 10 minutes per object to sit here and figure out what they are. So
All right.
I'll
well,
be here for a while if you need me sitting quietly.
I start gathering up the coins that I took off the half dragons. So I have money that I can share with you from what I looted.
Okay. So what exactly are you going to be identifying, Basha?
I'm gonna start with we picked up a wand, I think. So the wand first. What else did we pick up, guys? I know
I didn't
Magic
write down what
necklace.
we
Wait.
picked.
With
it
dragon.
was
you
oh yeah,
got a
the
bunch
necklaces
of
with
those.
dragon teeth. So I'll start with one of them, and then if I need to do further, I'll do like the individual teeth as well. But I'll start with just one of the necklaces. I'll do the wand, one of the necklaces, and I feel like there was something else, but I could be wrong.
And Amala takes out the magic sword that she found that she thinks might be magic, which is the half dragon sword, and
Yeah,
placed it in front of Basha.
Yeah, I took
Okay.
that off the guy and was like, here, yeah, this is
I
for
mean,
you.
we could just
Yeah.
you could probably just detect the magic to see what's here. We don't know exactly. Any of these things
You-
could be magical.
Okay, do you want me to do that first and then do everything else?
Yeah, let's find out what's magical here. I mean, these he holds up. It's like a lot of them were wearing these necklaces. This could be just essentially,
And there's
a
this like
religious
weird.
symbol.
There's this pearl necklace and this sapphire ring and a bunch
Okay,
of gems.
alright,
I have no
alright.
idea what's magical. It
All
looks
right, I'm
valuable.
gonna detect magic first. So, DM,
Okay.
I will take the 10 minutes to cast detect magic first, so that I just don't have to waste my time on non-magical objects.
Perfect. Okay. So, as you go through the 10-minute ritual of casting detect magic, as you finish, your eyes flash and you begin to look around. And as you're looking at the objects in front of you, the gems, the pearl necklace, all of that doesn't seem to be radiating any magical aura. They just seem to be very expensive.
This radiates expensive lady. I take these as payment. No, it's fine. It's fine. You keep them.
Okay, you can have them.
Oh, I'm just joking. It's fine.
The sword is magical. All of the necklaces radiate a magical energy. And what was the other thing? The wand?
I don't know. Was there a wand? Am I crazy? Because I don't see it in my notes.
Yeah, I don't think there wasn't a wand.
Okay,
Yeah.
then there's no wand. I don't know
I
what I'm
didn't
talking
write down
about.
any of
Never
those.
mind. There's no wand.
Yeah.
Cool. So then it was just the necklace and the half dragon sword.
Yeah.
I am also going to like peer over at his hunter's livery, though, knowing that there's something wrong with it, because I've taken time to look at it and identify it before, so I'm aware of what it was like before. Does
Right.
it seem different now from before when I look at it?
So as you kind of glance over at Gorple, and you can see like all of the magical items that he's wearing, as he's kind of holding the livery in his hand, you can see magical energy escaping from it. It's still radiating as a magical item, but you can actually see the aura that magical items usually give. You can see what looks like arcane energy leaving it and just kind of like drifting off of it.
All right, so when I do that, I sort of push aside the items that I'm trying to identify, and I'm going to walk up to, I'm assuming you're holding it, and be like, there's magical energy escaping from that, like right now, like as I'm looking at it.
Then I guess I should go in before it goes away to see if
I mean,
Botek's there?
look, I can spend time identifying these other objects, but I don't know how long this has been. I mean, I guess this has been happening since the cave, but like, I feel like the
Yeah, it's
longer
been,
we
like,
let it
30
happen,
minutes.
it's gonna keep happening.
And it's
Okay.
not, and I will say this, Basha, it's not like fast. It's not like, it's just very lightly kind of drifting off.
Okay, it's not like it's not like a stream. It's like, you know, more like little brook or like you know, drip
So,
of faucet. They have faucets. I don't know.
We're all beat up and we're really hurt, and it could be dangerous trying to go in. So why don't you look at all the other stuff, and you can look at this again, and we can decide as a team if it's wise to go in. But I don't want to lose Botek if he's in there.
I mean, if you
I
think
agree.
you might have got him, or I don't know, a piece of him, if he's in there, it's worth a look. But let's not spread ourselves too thin. We got to keep an eye on that entrance. So, Asha, why don't you try to identify the stuff that we've got so we know what we're dealing with? If they were all wearing something, these little necklaces, it's got some effect.
So I'm gonna wary a guess. I think it lets them either see in the dark or sense out like through the tremors, because there was no light in that cave, and most things that even need to see at night, I hunt a lot of those things, they need a little bit of light to function. Just a little tiny bit.
Well, yeah, but there was one who was wearing the goggles. He needed them to see, but a lot of the others didn't. You know, the guys with the axes, they were all half elves. They could see in the dark too.
But I couldn't see through whatever that weird darkness, inky cloud was, and they ran into it and were fighting like they knew what was going on.
And
they weren't blindly swinging.
DM, do I remember seeing them wearing those necklaces, the ones that ended up in the darkness?
Well, that's
Can I roll something for that? Yeah. Okay.
No. That when you were all investigating the dungeon area, Drovar pulled these necklaces off of the bodies.
Yeah, I got 5 of
okay.
them in addition to what other people grabbed.
Can
I-
I maybe have one of them? We can test that theory. I can't see in the dark.
Well, let's just, if she could figure out what they actually do before we put them on, because there might be other effects that they
There
have.
could
That's
be
true.
a curse, like you have to be dedicated to Tiamat or burns out your eyes. I
Look,
don't know.
I was gonna say, I can make the lights go out in here. I can make it dark in here, so we could test it out immediately, but I agree. Putting on objects without testing out what they are first is really stupid. I don't know who would do it.
All right.
That is fair. DM, can I do a religion roll for these necklaces?
You can roll an Arcana check.
How about this, Basha? It takes you about 10 minutes per item. I'll come back every 10 minutes and check in, but I'm gonna keep an eye out on the cave entrance.
Okay, I do that then.
All right, when it starts getting dark, well, I can watch a little better.
Okay.
So we're some distance away. We're gonna have to hear them more than see them once.
Well,
once the sun goes down.
luckily it's only about 1:30, so we have a few hours of daylight.
Yeah.
I rolled a 13. I will also help you outside, Gorple. If
Okay.
need be.
And I pull out a spyglass and I head out there.
Okay.
Oh wait, no! I just climb a fucking tree and I just spyglass down at this cave.
Perfect. All right. Gorp, make a perception check for me.
Natural 20 for 28.
28. Okay. Yeah, you are right on the cave entrance, and you can even see like the foot of one of the dragon claws that you and your compatriots killed as you entered. You can just see it, so you have a very clear view of that entrance without any issues. Drovar and Amala, what were you two doing again? I'm sorry.
I'm gonna be in the dome, just resting, kind of just being quiet.
Okay.
Maybe taking a look at this barrel that he used to brew his Bocek used to brew his beer, and just kind of looking at it, but
Okay.
not doing anything.
Okay.
And Mala's going to be outside the dome with the griffin, and is going to give a Newt command of keeping an eye around like the back half of the dome, like where Gorple's looking at the cave, the other side, to alert us if anything, tries to attack it or
Okay.
seems amiss.
Yeah, as you kind of give the order, it just kind of looks at you. It kind of nuzzles your arm slightly, and then just kind of trots over to the back, and just is like it kind of does the weird owl thing where it stays still and its head is just the only thing that's moving back and forth. It's a little creepy, especially given that it does have a little bit of like kobold flesh kind of like hanging from its beak, and there is still like matted blood under its chin. But it's following your orders without an issue. And I will just remind you, griffins are large, so there's no way in hell that griffin is fitting into that dome unless you just want the griffin to be protected, because it's as big as the dome. Like, that's how big it is.
How much time is left before? Because that thing will turn back into its statue at some point, right?
Yeah, as soon as it turns into its form, it has 6 hours before it goes back to its statue form. So I imagine we probably have another like 5 hours, 4 hours, something like that.
Yeah, you have like about 5 hours left on it. So make sure you keep track of that. Because after it goes back into its statue form, it won't be it'll be 6 days before you can call on it again. All right. So Basha, while you have all of these items in front of you, what are you doing?
So you guys wanted me to identify the necklace first, correct? I'm going to start with the necklaces. Yeah. I will start with the necklaces.
All right. So you begin casting the ritual, and as you do, you hear Jan's voice.
This is a necklace of blind sight. This allows you to see without seeing, essentially, about 10 feet, with a range of 10 feet. You'll be able to see in total darkness, even magical, even.
Wow. Okay.
Very handy, and many dragons have this ability, so it kind of makes sense.
Indeed, it does. By the way, I forgot to mention he's still a floating head because I haven't not summoned him or not put him away, so he's still chilling. Does his mouth move when he talks? They could all see his mouth move. They can't hear. Oh, that's even creepier. It's just his floating head. Cool. Yeah. Perfect.
The mouth doesn't move at all, but you hear him in your head like you normally do. And to the rest of you, again, very clearly, the head of a frost giant. Like it is not. There's no mistaking it.
All right, I do that. Do you want me to keep going? I wonder if they can hear me outside of that. Actually, I don't think they can hear me because I think it's soundproof.
I did not leave the dome. I'm kind of keeping an eye on Basha without saying anything. I'm just like, just...
Okay.
It's not soundproof.
Yeah.
You sure?
It's just
it doesn't
negative
say.
bad shit proof.
Got it. Okay, yeah.
But like normal air passes through and sound passes through, but harmful shit doesn't. Except gas might. I'm not sure.
I'll call out then.
It's clear.
So what'd you find out? What are these things?
So these are necklaces of blind sight. Within 10 feet, and they work even in magical darkness. So that's why they could see us.
Right, let's all put one on.
Perfect.
Surprise those fuckers when they try it again.
Do we have enough for all of us? We have enough, right?
I got 5 of them, and
I think we found a few in the chest.
Yeah, there was
some 5 in the chest.
Yeah, we got plenty.
Also, I'm good. I can taste you with my skin.
Weird. Okay.
Okay, so the rest of us should each wear one, even and the rest say we sell them.
And I never want to hear that sentence again ever, Gorple. Just saying.
He just shrugs when they can't see me.
So I'll put those in your inventory, but those are not attunable. So you can just put them on, take them off without attuning to them, and they work.
Perfect. All right, I am now wearing it. Do you want me to keep going? I'm going to keep going if you don't tell me not to.
The big sword there.
Sword. All right. Yeah. Sword next.
All right. So you go through the ritual again, another 10 more minutes, and you hear...
Oh, this is a great sword +1. It's very interesting. Apparently, it was made for someone specific to be able to channel their power through it. So it might have extra abilities, but I guess if you're not that person, it's just a really good sword. It's it's magically enchanted to be a little more powerful.
All right. I sort of. How far away is Imala from the edge from where I am?
Not very far.
Imala, sword is magic. Was made for someone very specific, so it may not do all the things it was built to do for you, but magic sword. That's it.
Perfect. That's all I need it for.
Yeah. That's easy. You can just put great sword +1.
Is there anything on the sword to show, like, who it was made for? Any family name for dragon types, or
well, it's just as a reminder, like it is completely like black, like the actual the hilts, the blade itself is all black. It has this blood groove in the middle, and in the groove itself are these kind of like etched runes. And with your identify spell, you would absolutely know that they are draconic in nature, but they don't actually, they're not like letters or words. They're just definitely, they're runes that are used to channel magic. But specific, they're part of the enchantment, but definitely mostly to help whoever was holding the sword, whoever it was made for specifically, to channel their specific magic. To give it an extra effect of some sort.
Yes, I don't know if you'll be able to get anything out of this. It's definitely draconic in nature. I mean, the runes, so you might be able to read them actually, but I don't know what it means or says about it.
All right, I'll take a look at it. I'm gonna go back in and take the sword.
We know a guy who can definitely fix that to work for you.
True. Yeah, we have to go all the way back to Fandelver.
We're gonna have to go there eventually. We have a lot of places we have to go to.
Yeah, Mala. As you take a look at it, you also the same thing. Like they're not exactly words or letters. There are definitely draconic runes in nature. You've seen runes like this etched into magical items that some of the folks in your tribe have had and have used specifically, for enchantments or for blessings. But you personally haven't studied like the magical aspect of these runes, so you don't really know exactly what they are, but you do know that they are draconic runes. All right. Anything else?
Just a quick question: was the greatsword also magical?
It's considered a magical weapon. Yeah, so it's a greatsword.
Okay.
Greatsword +1.
And that's +1 to damage.
Yeah, when you equip it, it's +1 to attack and to damage.
Well, I kind of like after those two, I guess, if you don't mind looking at the hunter's livery, and I'll kind of slide down from the tree and pass off the spyglass to someone,
I'll take it.
and
Drover climbs
I'll
up
head
into the tree.
inside, and I'll kind of put it in front of her gently.
Okay. All right. So Drovar, roll me a perception check, please, with advantage because you have the spyglass.
Cool. An unnatural 20.
All right, perfect. Yeah, without any doubt, like the spyglass is definitely the bee's knees, as you're able to kind of see almost as clear as Gorple right into the entrance itself. So any movement, anything that comes out of there, you'll definitely, unless it's magically hidden, you'll definitely be able to see it without any question. So Gorple, you go inside the hut. You hand the livery over to Basha. Basha, what are you doing with the livery?
So I guess I'll do an Arcana check to start to see what I'm feeling from it. So
Okay,
let me roll.
yeah, roll an Arcana check for me.
That's a 14.
14. Well, considering the what you saw when you cast Detect Magic, and now you're starting to look at it in depth, taking a look at the crack, feeling the coldness of just kind of radiating from the gem itself. You start to put all of these together, and you're starting to realize that magic, it's seeping magic. And considering how small the gem is, you're surprised that the aura that you saw was still as strong as it was. Because, for example, when you looked at the necklaces, there was an aura around them, but it was very, very weak. It was just like you knew there was magic there, but it was just barely a glow. Magical enchantments such as, for example, Gorple's bow, Groid Seeker, and the gem you're holding in your hand radiate a massive amount of magical energy. And considering that there is magical energy seeping from this gem, the fact that it still has so much magic in it means that it might take a while, if at all, before this gem is completely depleted of its magic. But what you're feeling in that cold sensation is absolutely just arcane energy leaking from this gem.
Well, good news. I will start with good news. Because the magic is so strong in this gem, it will take a long time, may never happen during your lifetime or our lifetime, to lose all its magic. However, it is losing magic.
All right. Well, I would really like to go in because, again, I'm not feeling my connection to my friends, and I also don't know if Boshek's inside there.
My only fear, and this is not coming from a place of, I know, it's just a matter of, I don't know this from magical knowledge. I am just afraid if it is broken in some way and you go inside, what if you can't get back out? I could not bear to lose two of you in one day.
Do you think that you have the prowess to get me out if it's something like that?
I wouldn't even know where to start. I'm saying, however, DM, do I think there's a way I could do I think I can do something to get him back out?
I will say, roll me another Arcana check, please.
That's a 26.
Okay. You don't know enough about the gem itself and its inner workings to be definitive about getting him out, but something about this gem and everything that he's said so far about like the spirits inside, and that he was attempting to save and capture Bocek's soul in it. It sounds really familiar. It sounds like a necromantic spell that you heard about and you asked about when you read it, and you were told not to talk about it anymore, and the book that you were reading was taken from you. This was when you were a young student. Something called a soul jar. It sounds very, very similar to that, but from the little that you read, like there shouldn't be more than one soul in there. But which gives you pause of whether you would be able to pull him out or not. His body would still be fine because you've seen Gorple use this stone before, and he just seems to kind of go into a trance. And now that you're thinking about it, he's probably putting his soul into this gem, and you don't know enough about necromancy to help.
Yeah. Gorple. I'd never really thought about it before. This livery could be very necromantic spell that I don't know much about. I don't know anything about necromancy. I am not, Wizard of Thay, nor is it my expertise in general. When I asked questions about something like this in study, they took the book from me. So if you go in, and I suspect now when you go in, you're not just going in, you've been putting your soul inside, which shouldn't be possible because technically there shouldn't be so many souls trapped in here. That's like an impossibility, so that's just crazy to begin with. But if you go in and your soul goes inside, your body would be safe, but I can't guarantee I can pull your soul back out because I don't know necromancy.
So that sounds like we're just going to have faith that he's okay and in there, because I'll tell you, I don't feel a connection to my friends either. Whenever this crack happened and that flash happened, so did my bond to Knack, Teague, and my other friend you haven't met yet. It's gone.
I wonder.
It worries me, and I was talking with Drovar a little bit ago, and I had a suspicion that this was some sort of necromantic thing that may have been taken by my people and then kind of passed down without knowing the fullness. But I gotta know if we got him. And you're the only one I trust of arcane prowess to make sure that I'm okay and that I can get back. But I also don't want to leave unfinished business. But if you're telling me this magic is leaking, I'm worried that we could lose without knowing.
Drovar, what do you think?
Drovar's up in a tree.
Oh, never mind.
I would have said things by now, but I'm not there.
I want Drovar's opinion on this. Drovar!
What?
I can't leave, because if I leave, this whole thing collapses, so I can't get him.
All right, nothing's happening there. Hold on, I'm coming down.
Honestly, I think it would ultimately be up to Gorple if he wants to put himself in there to find everything out, knowing the risk that you may not be able to retrieve him.
All right, so what's going on here? It's like come through into the
Gorple wants to go inside Livery, which, by the way, might be very powerful soul jar, and he's been putting his soul inside this whole time every time he goes in, and it shouldn't be possible that all these souls live in there. But anyway, aside from that very crazy point, he wants to go inside because
There's also a dragon spirit locked in there.
and
Did I
there's a
mention
dragon
that?
spirit.
That was also
And there's a
big
dragon
thing.
spirit. Yeah. And then I start like cursing in my own language just to myself. Okay, and he would like to go inside to look to make sure that Bolchek got in, but I am afraid because now that I'm aware, I knew it was necromancy. Like I thought it was necromancy. I suspected last time I tested this, but like knowing it is as powerful necromantically as it is, if he goes in, I may not be able to get him back out. And if he doesn't come back out, then that means 2 people that I've lost in one day, and I don't want to do that. So, but that's me, and it's up to him, but I want your opinion. What's
Sure.
your opinion?
He should try.
Okay. Well, then you should
this
try.
is going to chew on us. It's going to be like a sore tooth. He's not going to know, and not no one's going to kill us. It's
All
going to
right.
distract us.
That's
He's
true.
got to go in there, take a look. And let's face it, you didn't know how to get him out when he used to dive in there anyway.
I mean, that's fair.
But
He's got to know it's going to be different, probably. And if there's some other stuff in there, if his friends are in there, if there's a way to get him out, I'm imagining this slow leak that whatever that's going on, that's not going to get him out. It'll just. I don't
So
know.
I'm gonna give you my plan. I'm gonna go in there, and I'm gonna see if I can release everything that's in there, because that'll set them free and let their spirits go where they're supposed to go. These creatures don't belong to be imprisoned. I don't know what that weird spirit dragon is, but again, I don't like the idea of a creature being in prison for we don't know how long. And if Bochek's soul in there, I want it to be able to get to where it's supposed to go now that we took it out of whatever that creature's hands was.
Yeah.
I'm not okay having him in there. I'm not okay having anything in there anymore, honestly.
There's too many unanswered questions. If there's
The-
things trapped in there, then if this thing is was keeping them alive or some way, now it's broken, they're just, I don't know, drowning or whatever, suffocating or something like that. We gotta find out what's wrong with it.
Do you-
We
I
can't
mean-
fix it.
Would if you went in there, you find out whatever you need to find out, we give you time. What would happen if we destroyed the gem? Would it release all the souls? Would they just be released, or would it destroy
That's
prison
that's
and
part
kill
of what
you?
I was thinking. If we could destroy the gem, it might release everyone, but I don't know how this magic works. I have no idea.
And let's point out here, if that happened because a god closed her hand on it, and that's all that happened to it, he holds up his axe. I'm not sure this is gonna do it.
I mean, that's fair. All right. Well,
You gotta
if you want to
gotta
go in
check
there,
out. You gotta take a look.
yeah, Gorple, if you want to go in there, I will watch over you as I always have.
I appreciate that.
I do hope that we have Bochek. Being in here is probably much better than being the alternative.
I mean, there might be a way I could bring you with me, but you wouldn't be there with me fully.
What do you
What's
mean I
that?
want to be with you fully?
So back in my lands, we would do like questing with certain herbs and burnings that I might be able to use my bond of the pack so that we're linked. And I might be able to, like, if you guys go to sleep, bring you with me in there. It was a theory we were talking about, but never really fully explored. I would be the only one physically going in with my soul, but due to my bond, I might be able to at least bring some of your state with me. You wouldn't be really there, but you might be able to help me and guide me through it.
I'm willing to help guide you if you would like to try.
How many can you take in there?
I don't know, but I can bond 3 people together.
He looks over at Bashi, just trying to get a vibe on, clearly this is like outside of,
This is not my purview. This is not. I don't do soul magic. I don't do dream magic. This is like things that I've barely heard of, let alone read about.
all right, look at it this way. Would you rather I'm in. I'm willing to go in there. If the lad's in there, You can get him out. I can't imagine him being in some sort of cracked magic device is really going to be good for his well-being. And if there's a way to get him onto that sky clown he talks about all the time, good on him. But I'm willing to back you in, going in there. Now he turns to Bosch. He's like, no, you got two choices, it seems. One, you can stand here and watch the three of us lying here unconscious, playing around in that cracked gem, or you can come with us and learn enough to write your own damn book on necromancy.
That's a fair point. If we're all in there, we might not all come out, though. Then there's no way. But you know what? We always go together anyway.
We're gonna go.
So.
If the three of us go in there, we're gonna hit a whole bunch of. Fuck! I wish Basha was here to tell us what the hell that is.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, all right. I'll go.
Let's get some rest before we do that.
I agree. Let's take a nap.
Well,
not too long.
Well, no. Let's sleep fully, because this thing is a ritual that needs to be prepared. We can't just rush into it. And, they're not going to be able to track us to get up here, because I covered our tracks through magic, through the spirits. Your dome lasts, how long does this thing stay up? Basha?
As long as I want it, I think.
No,
8
it's
hours.
8 hours.
Thank
8
you.
hours, yeah.
Thank you.
So, why don't we get a full night's rest? When your dome collapses, we recast it, or you recast it, and then we go on a spirit journey. Like, we could rush into that cave, and I'm not against that, but I really need to know. I'm okay forgoing that and murdering all of those horrible creatures. I'm really okay with that.
Yeah. No, I think we want to watch the cave, but yes, we're going to be in there. No, I've got a question. You've gone in there. Has time been the same, or you just kind of close your eyes and you were there for 2 days and you came out? It was an hour? I don't know.
I don't know, DM. Does it feel like just normal time?
It feels like normal time.
Yeah, so while my body, like I go in and I spend a bunch of time in there, and then I eventually wake up. But it's a long amount of time. It's like I spent a whole day in there. Like I spent 8 hours trying to bond with that weird draconic creature flying over the lake.
Okay. Well, I say we go in there and we see what we can find out. And, what the hell? If they leave, I trust that you can track them.
So
we'll follow them.
Here's
if they leave first.
Here's another idea. Since it happens while we're sleeping, we could send the griffin to watch the cave, and while he's around, that should be our time limit. So if we feel that this amount of time has passed, we try to get back.
Glorple, though, we have him for another 5 hours. If we rest a long time, he will no longer be there.
So then I think we might want to rush this. As I changed my opinion to say, fuck it, let's rush it. Because if you said 5 hours, we give ourselves 4 hours in there. We can kind of, Basha, you're really smart. You can probably keep a small count, or you can ask Jan to do it.
Jan, is this something you can do? I ask my floating head.
This all sounds very, very. It's all draconic to me. I don't know, really what this small frogman is talking about. I always back your play. Whatever you like to do, that's fine. I can keep time, but I am more than that. I am a spellbook. But if you want me to do time, I can do that.
Oh, of course, Jan. You are very important to me. I'm saying this out loud. You all can hear me. I'm talking to this floating head. You are very important to me, and you are definitely more than just timekeeper. It's just we need somebody who's neutral and actually knows what time it is, and I don't trust myself to do that. So I feel like you'd be better at it than me.
Oh, okay. That's no problem. Thank you for putting it that way. I feel better about it now.
I kind of give you all a look with turning my head from him
Just a question. So when she's talking about the floating frost giant head, is its lips moving at all, or is it just a floating?
No, it's a floating head, and the thing is, it's not the size of a frost giant. It's tiny. It's like a small. It's about this big. But it is definitely frustrating.
Yeah,
but the lips are not moving.
Drovar has seen or heard of them sufficiently. He's like, yeah, I know
Yeah.
what that is.
Yeah, the eyes are moving. They dart back and forth like when she's talking to him, he's looking at her. But when she starts talking about the rest of you, the eyes do dart to whoever she's talking about, and then go back to her. But the mouth is not moving at all.
Oh, this gets worse.
And my other thought is, if this takes more than like the 10 minutes it takes us to just look around and find out if he's okay, that might be too long. Like, we just need to know. I don't need, if I can go back and talk to him later, that's great. This doesn't need to be a let's explore it and fix it all in one go. This is just for us to know. Also, with Basha in there, again, we don't even know if this is going to work.
Right.
We don't know if me bringing you in, this is a theory.
That's true, but Basha's got. If it seems like this is actually not. It seems like it's a wizardy thing that your people have appropriated. Am I right? So she might have a better sense of how it works.
I mean, Wizards of Thay are kind of from his area, so no, aren't they? I thought there was a bunch in Chult.
I mean,
there?
yeah, there's a bunch of evil wizards. That's pretty much like you have like us, really exotic trade, thunder lizards, horrible wizards. Like that's
okay. Oh, not wizard mafia, just horrible wizards. Got it. Okay.
Oh no,
But
they're
if
probably
there's a
part of the
draconic
mafia.
spirit, perhaps a paladin, a Bahamut can be like, "Hello, can we?"
Yeah. Actually, it's good if she comes in because she might see evil dragon thing and know what it is.
I'll tell you,
it's evil.
It's true.
It could understand me, but it did not speak back. And I also, as you know, speak. All right. So
All right.
I start by making a small fire. And I start taking I start shaving certain twigs, and I begin like coating them in my natural poison.
Okay.
And I kind of begin coating them. I like reach into my pouches and begin pulling out like herbs and stuff that I would have used like from Chult. And I'll begin as the fire begins kind of burning. It's very low, just creating a lot of smoke. So I'm putting like green leaves on it.
Okay.
And I will wrap these like coated sticks in my secreted poison. And as I kind of like, I'll kind of pull out a like my horn that I do, and I will begin. Okay, I go. Everyone, lie down and get comfortable.
Right. So as Gorple is doing this, the dome is beginning to slightly fill, not with smoke, but with this kind of acrid stench as his poisons are being burned. And there is a small amount of smoke, but not enough to overwhelm you. But it's as you're beginning to kind of breathe this in, and are you all breathing it in?
Yeah, Drovar lies back, but
Okay.
he kind of looks at his forearms and kind of holds them up close, like both of them. He's like, "All right, you guys are about to see some shit."
I would like everyone except Gorple to make a Constitution saving throw for me, please.
Is this against poison?
It is.
I get advantage because I'm at the.
I wish I had one of my spell slots. I have immunity to poison.
Yeah,
I mean, you probably want to succumb.
Yeah, immunity might actually make it doesn't work on you. I don't know, but
I fail.
I naturally have advantage, so here we go.
All right.
17.
All right. Wait. Well, Basha, what'd you get?
An 8.
An 8. Okay. Amala, you got a 17. Okay. And Drovar, what'd you get?
25.
25. Okay. Good to know. This is going. I will let you know what happens as we move forward. So, Gorple, you continue with the ritual. Describe it.
I begin letting out some like deep, resonant croaks, calling upon the air, calling upon the earth, calling upon fire and the water. And I kind of like I'll spray a little bit of mist from the. I'll kind of like do a little water on the fire from the decanter of endless water, so it kind of like steams. I'll take a big breath of the smoke, and I'm going to straight blow it into Drovar's mouth and nose, and I'm going to do the same thing to Amala, and I'm going to do the same thing to Basha. And as I do that, and below this smoke, I'm going to emboldening bond the three of them.
Okay. All right. You all feel as Gorple does this to each of you, as the smoke begins to kind of fill your mouth and your nostrils. Immediately, you feel this instant connection. And for anybody who ever had the emboldening bond with them, you know exactly that's what it is in this moment. But there is definitely a very, very mellow and trippy aspect to this that is not necessarily there the last time you were bonded with Gorple. And as the poison is kind of beginning to enter your system.
And for one last moment, I will put another of these twigs on, and I'll kind of sit down. I'll fill the basin with my water, and I will take the hunter's livery with me underneath. And as I do, I close my eyes tight. And for the first time, he actually prays underwater out loud, because he doesn't really pray out loud. He goes, I call upon the great pack. I call upon the spirits around me. Guide me and my friends, and let's see if we can help our friends, old and new. For nothing deserves to be trapped, and everything deserves to be free. And I will try to enter the livery.
Okay. I need every single one of you, except you, Matt. Even though I love you, I want you to roll something. It's not time yet. I need all of you to roll wisdom saving throws for me, please.
Oh, can I get a group inspiration?
Yes. I rolled a 27.
Ooh.
Do we want to make this saving throw? Because I might want to make
know.
it if not. Okay.
I rolled a natural 20. I'm keeping it.
For a total of
20.
20. Okay. Awesome. Basha?
Should I use an inspiration, guys?
Oh, remember,
I don't know.
all of you who are bonded, since you're within 30 feet of each other, get a D4.
Oh, right.
Oh,
I'll tap into
okay.
that, yeah.
Well, then that makes it... Hold on.
That's a 28 then, Chris.
Okay.
22 for me.
Okay, that's still only a
22.
14 then. I don't know if I like this.
Basha's 14. And Gorple?
I turned that natural 1 into a 13.
Okay.
Listen,
I
he's
just love
not,
the unknown aspect.
he's not really
Okay.
good at this.
Okay. Couple things are going to happen. So, Gorple, as you begin concentrating on the hunter's livery, you begin trying to feel that connection that you previously had. And you feel your willpower begin to just kind of almost feel its way out of your body and try to find some thread, something that you can grab onto. The rest of you can feel Gorple's struggle. You can feel him trying to connect with the gem itself. And as you do, you're kind of lending your strength to him. And as you are kind of lending your willpower, your strength, Amala, you feel a connection. It's faint, but it's there. And you reach out with not a hand, but you just reach out and you feel yourself grab hold of this very, very weak tether. Drovar, you also begin to feel, you can actually feel, it's almost like fabric floating in the wind. These tethers of strands. And again, you don't see your hands, you don't see anything, but you can feel them. And as you begin to try and reach out, you grab not one, but two. And you hold tight and you feel yourselves be pulled at great speed into something. Basha, you can feel Gorple struggling. And you can feel these kind of strands. They float by you, and as you reach, you go to grab one, and it just dissipates. And you go to grab another, try to reach out for another one, and it dissipates as well. You call out to Gorple, and there's no sound. Gorple, Basha, your eyes open. You are still inside the hut. And there is this, for lack of a better term, this greenish, bluish fog that is pouring out of the cut of the gem. You look up and you see Amala and Drovar, eyes wide open, their pupils completely white.
I look at Basha and I go, Basha, we have to clear our minds. We are in grief. We are missing him. We need to focus. He was my best friend, and you were his babysitter. I believe in you, and I swear that I won't call you an evil witch from now on. We gotta do this. They're in there already, and we can't let them, and we can't let him. And I will cast guidance on Basha, and I'll kind of like I'll hold her hand, but I'll make sure it's gloved because I'm not trying to do that type of poison.
Okay.
Well, maybe I am.
You can tell me
just
if
knock
you are.
me the fuck out.
No, and I go, and I kind of move over to the smoke, and I breathe deep, and I go, Basha, I believe in you, and I'll blow again.
Okay.
What do I roll now?
All right. So, well, hold on a second. A couple things. So the gem itself, this fog is just pouring out of the gem, and it's not filling the dome. It's low-lying fog. And as it's coming out of the gem, it is cold. It is very cold, and it is beginning to it is covering at this point. Drovar, you said you're lying down. Drovar is completely covered. Amala, were you laying down or sitting up?
I'm also laying down.
Like that, yeah. You cannot see Drovar and Amala at this point. They are completely covered. You can see like bits and pieces of like their armor and their toes, like sticking slightly out of the fog. But for the most part, they're completely covered. They're physically still there. I need both you and Basha and Gorple to make wisdom saving throws again. The DC has slightly increased, but you get to try one more time.
And am I guided this time?
So guidance doesn't actually help with saves; it helps with skills. But you still are emboldened because your friends are still existing around you.
So a D4.
Mm-hmm.
Can I use another one of these inspirations? I don't think Warp was going to do it.
22.
We have 4.
22. Okay.
No, that's really low. 11, I think, was my last one.
Okay.
Gorple's just like sad, and he's just like trying, and he knows that he's not a spiritual leader. He like knows it, and so he just looks at it and goes, "Come on, Bocek, help me out here, buddy." And he'll go in and kind of lie down and hope.
Okay.
But I got 11.
So Basha, you kind of feel those kind of intangible threads once again. And you go to reach out, and the first one just dissipates again. And you feel that frustration, and you feel that love for Bocek, and you feel that anger and that rage of losing him. And as the next tether begins to come closer to you, you reach out and you pour all of your emotion into that. And as you do, you feel yourself grab it. And as you do, you feel yourself be pulled at incredible speed. Gorple, you just watch as Basha, kind of sitting up, begins to slowly lay down. Her eyes flash open, completely white. Gorple. You cannot make a connection, and it is frustrating you. And that frustration, unfortunately, is what's holding you back, and you know it. And as you're trying to calm yourself and calm your mind, you hear a rustle outside of the dome. Almost as if something is beginning to clear the brush away that is around the dome.
I kind of like place the hunter's livery down between all three of them.
Okay.
And I'll take a look to see what's outside.
Okay. As you kind of stick your head out, the first thing you notice is the griffin. Amala's griffin is just kind of standing, not behind you, but kind of slightly to your side, of the side of the dome. Its feathers completely ruffled and puffed out. Its claws dug into the dirt, and it's just like making this strange, almost like a hissing noise. And you're not sure. And as you kind of stick your head out and you look, there is some kind of humanoid creature beginning to pull all of the brush that you and your companions put, beginning to pull it to the side. And as you stick your head out, it stops. And as you're watching it and you look, the fog that is pouring out of the hunter's livery has spread all throughout this area. And it backs up slightly. And as it does, you hear the impacts on the ground. Doesn't shake the ground, but it makes a loud impact noise. And it's odd. And as you're staring at this creature, it is the size of the griffin. It seems to be in these robes, these very thick, leather, tattered robes. Its face completely obscured. Its hands massive, but gloved in the same material. And where its face should be, two glowing, just energy, blue, with just kind of flickering of energy, leaving these two flickers occasionally. And as it moves back about 10 feet and it stops. And it looks at you, and you can feel it staring through you. And you hear its voice.
Stand down.
And it's not so much of a voice as it's rocks being crushed together, the sound of waves crashing against the surf, lightning in the sky merge together to make words. And you realize that the words are being projected into your mind. And it's just staring there waiting for some kind of recognition.
I kind of like, I had my bow, I imagine, drawn and ready, and I'll just kind of lower it. Who are you?
It just stares at you, and it kind of cocks its head slightly as if trying to ascertain what you're asking it. And after a very, very long moment,
Peace. Stand down.
and as this last part of its communication, and it's starting, the words are starting to hurt you, like hurt your head. It's like your brain is trying to comprehend these sounds into these words, and it's starting to hurt. And as it says the last part of the word down, it waves its hand, and the dome drops. And
I immediately start firing arrows.
Okay.
As soon as it drops whatever's protecting my friends, I go, I can't let you do this.
Okay. So make an attack roll for me, please.
That'll be an AC 23.
AC 23. I do believe that hits. Let me pull up its stats real quick. Hold on. I didn't expect you guys to hit this guy yet. 1 second. But I will say definitely roll damage. It does hit.
Well, that's fucking max damage for 12, and I need a con save versus poison if he can be poisoned.
Okay, hold on a second. Where is it? Okay, here we go. And come on. Here we go. All right. So as your arrows hit what again looks like thick, heavy, almost like sackcloth, mixed with leather. It's just an odd looking material. As it hits, your arrow smashes against it as if it was like metal armor. It does seem to take the damage, but not all of it.
It is a magical attack, DM.
No, it's still
okay.
And the poison seems to have no effect on it. And it looks down as you fire, and where its face should be, you immediately see it kind of rear back, and more fog begins to kind of just shoot out of where a mouth would be. I need you to make a charisma saving throw for me, please.
17.
17. As you kind of look at this thing, and the fog just kind of goes through and just covers everything. Amala, I need you to make a charisma saving throw for your griffin, please.
That's a 10.
10. Okay. Warple, you start to, this mist not only begins to hit you and cover you, and it is freezing. As you're kind of trying to pull back from it, for just the briefest of moments, you feel very calm. You feel very passive, and you feel like this creature is not an enemy. But immediately you kind of shake it off, and you're yourself again. And you turn and you look at the griffin, and the griffin has just sat. It is no longer hissing, and it's looking at this thing very passively. Outside of that, it's not doing anything else.
Can I try to make like an insight check on this thing to see like what its intent is? Like, I know it's asking me to stand down, and what you said its name was like Bess or something?
Peace.
Oh, Peace.
Yes.
I heard Beast, and I was like, oh shit. So
okay,
that's
no,
why.
sorry. It's Peace. It's a Peace.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, so I still would like to try to make an insight. I'm trying to read its body language on the idea of like its hands are open. Does it actually seem to be truly offering this, or does this seem like a trap?
Make an insight check for me.
14.
14. It's without a face. It's without like it, and without being able to see what its body actually looks like. It's hard to read it, but its actions definitely seem as if it's not threatened by you at all, but is definitely asking you to stop what you're doing or else. Like that's kind of the impression that you're getting. But again, it's super hard to read, and at this point in time, like the things that are giving you those impressions are it has not taken any movement since or action since it kind of like breathed out this fog. And it's not making any like threatening gestures to your companions, but it definitely wants you to stop whatever it is that you're doing.
I kind of like, so I shot the arrow, it hit, it didn't seem to do much, and
Yeah.
Corporal kind of like lowers the bow and go, I don't understand. Help me understand. And I might stand down.
It cocks its head again. Again, trying it now that you with your insight check, it's definitely trying to understand what you're asking of it, right? And it's processing this. And it does take a few moments, but after a few moments, its head goes back into a regular, straight position, and it just kind of points to where your three companions are laying. Not that you can see them with all the fog at this point, but it's definitely just pointing in their direction. Hold on. No, what's going on? Okay, I think that'll do it. Maybe not. It's just pointed. It's pointed in the direction, and it's like, this must stop.
Can you tell me if Bocek is in there? And then I will stop it if you can confirm that.
It cocks its head again. And then it just once more it points to all of them. This must stop.
I'm gonna pick up the hunter's livery, but I don't think Warple understands how he can stop this now that he started this roller coaster.
Okay. So you go to pick it up. Now we go to Basha, Imala, and Drover.
Ah!
Yeah. Woo, I'm on a roller coaster. Yeah. As you're being pulled, you feel yourselves. It feels like you're being pulled at great speed, and almost as quickly as you've been pulled, you stop. And as you stop, each one of you is standing in what looks like a field of grass. You see some trees, but it's dark. And you can barely hear anything except the lightning, thunder, and wind. That as you look up, you can see a terrible storm that is happening. The sky is dark. And there are these strange lights within the winds, just being kind of whipped back and forth. And I need all three of you to make perception checks for me, please.
Are the three of us with each other, or
Yes. All three of you are like, you're standing right next to each other.
You are also all bonded, so you can add D4s, baby.
Yeah, that natural 2 ain't gonna help much.
Oh, God. All right,
Dirty
Kamala?
20.
Dirty 20, okay. Basha?
Sorry, so I can roll a d4 with it, you said, as well? So,
Correct.
19.
19, Drovar?
7.
7. All right.
The grass must be really tall. It's like in my eyes, like, ah! Oh,
Well-
it poked me right. Oh, I hate. Ah!
Well, that's the interesting thing. As the three of you, as you kind of look around and you look at each other, you can see yourselves, but you can actually see through each other. You're all semi-transparent. And you got to touch yourself, and you can feel yourself. Like your hand doesn't pass through yourself. And you can feel your hands, and you can, touch each other and feel like, Amala's armor and Drovar's, shoulder and Basha's robes. Like you can feel all that, but you can definitely see through each other. And as you're just kind of saying, the wind is just whipping violently all around you. Drovar, you get some like dirt and rocks just kind of like sprayed in your face, and you're like, ah. But Amala and Basha, as you're kind of looking up at these lights that are being just kind of whipped about, you swear you can see strange like creature faces in these like lights just being kind of whipped around, and they're all various colors. Some of them are red, some of them are green, some of them are yellow, some of them are blue, and there seems to be, just at a glance, because they are just being whipped around, maybe a dozen or more just being kind of whipped around, and it is scary. Like, I mean, it's just thunder and lightning and wind just everywhere, and it's very disconcerting, but it looks like you're in a jungle.
Do you all see that?
Yes,
I'm all
there are like
points up.
there's animals up there. Do you see the
don't see a
faces?
damn thing. Oh, check.
Bochek!
Bochek!
All right.
Where are you?
As you're all calling out Bochek, there's thunder just echoing throughout, and maybe 20 feet in front of you, a lightning strike cracks into a boulder, splits it, and is just smoking and smoldering at this point.
This
Okay.
doesn't sound like what Gorp. What's? Wait.
Yeah,
where
Gorble
is
never
he?
told us about the lightning. Yeah, where is he? Gorble?
I'm
Gorble?
looking
You-
around in the grass. It's
you-
really tall. He's not in here. He's like,
You do not see Gorple at all.
okay, our native guide's not here. Okay.
Has this ever happened before that he wasn't able to come in?
He never said anything about this. He also never mentioned this either, so I don't know.
It sounded like pretty idyllic when he was talking about it. Maybe his folk like this kind of thing. Okay.
Another lightning
We need
strike.
to get out of this field.
Yeah, let's push forward. Let's move.
Right, standing under a tree, great idea. Oh.
As you begin moving, and you're just calling out Bochek, and you just
Bochek!
as you're moving, you can hear the trees starting to break under the stress of the wind, and they're just like boughs of wood are just starting to fall all around you. The wind is becoming more and more violent, and then you hear, amongst the thunder, amongst the lightning, amongst the wind, "Get out."
Okay. How?
Yeah, gladly. How?
Another bolt of lightning hits not 5 feet from all of you. And as it does, you watch the ground begin to shake and open in front of you. And you see this large, gaping hole just open up in front of you. And as you look down, there is just darkness in this hole.
All right, close your eyes and think of home. I mean, I don't know. I'm gonna think of good whiskey.
yeah.
Yeah.
We got to keep moving. Come on. Let's. We have to find Bochek. That's what we're in here
But
for.
it wants
Let's
us
go.
to get out.
I
It wants
don't
us to
think
get out.
He's here. The frog's not here either. This is nothing like he talked about. There's no way we're finding him in here, and if the place itself wants us to go,
We don't know if that is the place or if it's just one of the faces we see in the sky.
We're not frog folk. Maybe it's not letting us come in.
Get out. And this time, I need you all to make Constitution saving throws for me, please.
21.
Okay, nice. Drover?
Let me get that D4 thrown in here.
Sorry, 23. I forgot to add the D4.
Okay.
16.
16.
18 with the D4.
Okay, yeah, you all succeed. However, you still take That's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You take 13 psychic damage. That's halved already. As you hear this, not just all around you, but in your heads. And it feels like somebody just took a spike and drove it right through the middle of your heads. It is painful beyond reason. And the hole gets wider.
I don't think Bocek is here, or if he is here, this isn't the way to find him, clearly.
Alright, I'm definitely for trying to get out of here now.
Okay, I will look
Alright.
behind us. Like I think we like like looking in all directions. Is there any indication that there's a we grab tethers to get out? Is there anything, yank the cord and get?
Yeah, as you're kind of looking specifically for something like that, ever so faintly, there seems to be some kind of energy string or something very, very slight, very light attached to you, Drovar. And as you're looking at it, it is coming from the hole. It is going into the hole, but it is attached to you.
Oh. Right. What did he say? We need faith. Yep. And I just jump in.
Drovar!
It's all right.
Why did he do that? Why?
You
Alright.
just
Where are
watch
these threads?
Drovar jump in. Yeah. Now that you're both looking, you both can see each of you has a thread. It's a different, each of you, they're different colors. But Amala's, yours is silver. Basha's, yours is like this purplish blue. Drovar, yours was like this bright red. But now that you're looking for it, you can see it, and it is attached to you, and it is going into that hole that Drovar just jumped into.
Mala, give me your hand. Let's go. On the count of 3. Ready? We're gonna jump.
All right, 1,
1, 2,
2, 3.
Okay. I need the three of you to make wisdom saving throws, please.
Okay.
I wonder if this was a smart idea.
We'll find out with our next characters.
Sorry, you said wisdom?
Wisdom saving throws. Yeah. Remember, you have your emboldening bond.
Oh, that's not
26.
gonna be that much.
26.
I mean, use a group inspo if you need to, buddy.
Oh, I hope an 18 is enough.
Basha 18 and Drovar.
Maybe a group inspiration if there are any left. I'll take one on this because this was a bad roll. Do we have them?
You do
believe you do.
have. Hold on a second. You have.
I also just gave another one, too.
Yeah, you have a number. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
All right, I'll take one.
Okay.
That wasn't much better, but it got up to a 10.
10?
Total.
Okay. So Drovar, you jump, and as you jump, you feel something yank on this tether, and you just get pulled almost as fast as you were pulled in. You feel yourself being pulled out. Basha and Amala, just as the tether begins to get taut and you feel something begin to pull and yank you, Amala, you get a flash in your mind of a swamp. The swamp is, and it's just a momentary flash, but the weather is just as violent, if not more, than what you just left. But it is dirty, it is dank, it smells of rot, and there's just something very, very wrong in this location that you're seeing. And in the very middle of this swamp, just overrun by dead trees and rotting foliage and what looks like rotting and like large animal carcasses. There is some kind of structure in the middle of stone. And as you focus on it, before you can actually make out details, you feel like you're being pulled toward the structure, maybe even pushed. And you are now within the structure, and you see chained to a wall, Bocek. And then, just as quickly as you were pushed, you feel yourself pulled, and the image goes away. Basha. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Do I get the sense that this is in the livery, or is this somewhere else? Or just like...
Considering that you saw weather that was similar to what you just saw, you feel like it was in the livery. Basha, you watch as Amala is pulled into this structure. And you don't understand where you are. It seems like you're almost above Amala and the structure. But you see these rotting carcasses of massive creatures. You have no idea what these creatures are. Between the bones and the rot and the muscle and the smell and the trees. But these bones are massive, and they are surrounding this structure. You just watched Amala's translucent form be pushed into the structure and then yanked right back out. And as you're trying to make sense of it, you feel yourself pulled as well. Warple, as you're trying to make sense of this creature, you watch as your three companions sit up out of the fog. You feel, all of you have a point of exhaustion, except for Warple. And you literally feel as if your soul was ripped from your body and then thrown right back in as violent. And as they all sit up, Warple, you watch as this creature kind of nods to you and then literally just becomes enveloped in the fog and then disappears. And that is where we're going to take our break.
Ah!
All right. This is so cool. I love this. All right. So we're going to take a quick break, folks. Going to let our players get their snack on, do what they need to do. And then we will be back to see what happens moving forward. We'll see you soon. And we are back. Alrighty, so Warple, your companions are sitting up. The fog that was just essentially just shooting out of the hunter's livery has slowed and seems to be stopping. But the rest of you, you feel exhausted. You feel sore and hurt. You're not sure if it was from the battle previously or what just happened. And you remember everything that just happened as if it just happened moments ago.
So I'm pretty sure a god just attacked us. I'm not sure. I shot it with a bow. It said its name was Peace. Oh, I go check to see how the arrow is, because if he disappeared, did it like fall to the ground?
Oh, it's shattered.
Gorble,
Yeah.
Said his name was Peace.
is there a swamp in that crystal that you know of?
A swamp with dead bodies? That happened, right? And like you went into a building?
Yes. Bocek is in that building that you saw.
Didn't see it.
Wait, hold on. Let me process this one at a time. So I believe that in the center of the livery, beneath like all the happy jungle area of Chult, in the center is a dark swamp, which is where I thought that a prison was, and I was going to go explore it, but I hadn't done it yet.
Bocek's in prison there. I saw him chained up to a wall.
Oh.
So I saw this weird, like, leather guy with glowing eyes. I shot an arrow at him, and it shattered, but hurt him a little bit. But it shattered against his, like, skin-like armor. Does that seem like anything?
No, we got there. I mean,
No.
it was a jungle or sorts, but it looked like there was a hurricane or storm going on. We couldn't see a damn thing.
We got yelled at.
Lightning
There
striking
were
around us.
creatures in balls floating around, all different colors.
Okay, balls, that makes sense. There's generally not storms.
Right. And a voice yelling at us to get out.
Scary, big, boomy voice.
And a lot of lightning and thunder and wind. Like, the trees that were around us were cracking and bending.
Basha, it, like, whatever that thing I fought, it dispelled your thing.
Oh, so it
Oh,
did.
yeah.
That's why I shot it.
You're all covered in like the
Yeah,
brush.
so like it was saying something about peace and stop what I'm doing, and I didn't quite understand. And then it made it so your dome fell, so I shot it with an arrow. And it still said peace, and then like please, like it didn't say please. Let me rephrase that. It just said stop. Kind of like an order, but it said its name was Peace. I don't understand.
Maybe it's trying to keep the peace.
I don't know. It didn't seem like it had an understanding of how syntax and language works. It took a while for it to come to sentences.
But we need to get back in there somehow, because Bocek is there.
Okay, well, you all look horrible.
I feel horrible.
I mean,
Like
we had to-
you're
I also
the
feel
ground
horrible.
Opened up in front of us. We had to jump in the pit just to get, jump into this bottomless chasm, hoping it would get us out.
And it felt like they, like, stabbed our brains a little bit. It wasn't a great time.
Oh,
Okay.
well,
So, well, here, we did learn something, Amala. He's inside, chained somewhere in the actual livery. I think when we have time, and maybe like an arcane laboratory or something, it would be wiser to do it under supervision. Now I think we should focus on maybe getting that dome back and sleeping, because you guys look really tired, and I kind of want to have at least a small funeral for Bocek, just something before we go in and murder all of those horrible creatures.
Okay.
Except for maybe 2 of them who will work for us, because
Oh,
I realize
yeah.
that the small people
Those
got to
2.
rise up. Because I got to do that for Bocek. You got to give him a chance.
Amala, you turn to look at your griffin, and it's just kind of sitting there staring into space.
Did the griffin not do anything against that creature?
Oh, so that creature breathed some weird ass fog at us. Kind of like the fog that was coming out of the livery. And your griffin fucking went, woo. I felt myself starting to slip. It tried to like make me feel like calm. and to chill out. And I think your griffin's chilling.
I'll take care of this.
This seems to me like, basically we just came across the guard dog. Something that was like, don't go in there or I'm gonna bite you. Bark, bark, bark.
Well,
really scary. I mean, yeah,
That
the
makes
bite would have
sense.
hurt a lot, but this seems like something that's like, look, my job is to tell you, just don't do this. Whether it's for good or bad, I can't tell you, but that was the guard dog.
It could be a warden.
I was gonna say, can I roll an Arcana check now that I know it's kind of like a soul jar-ish thing to like know if maybe there's something like this, or maybe I read something before they took that book away that I might have an inkling of what it was?
You can make an Arcana check.
I mean, I may not know, but
Yeah.
And I would imagine the 10 minutes is up, so the bond is gone.
Yeah.
22.
22. You have no idea. This sounds
Cool.
This all sounds foreign to you. You don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Yep, necromancy. I'm gonna start that spell.
Amala, about like 30 seconds later, like all of a sudden your griffin goes. It kind of gets up, starts kind of looking around, looks a little confused, starts to calm down, just kind of like nudge you a little bit and floofs up a bit.
All right. Well, we're going to rest for right now.
All right. So we have a few things I think to discuss, and I'm letting Basha kind of cast.
I'm listening.
We have all of Bocek's old things that I think should be put to good use, and we should, honor him by using them, or at least holding on to them. And I kind of gesture. Basha, I think you should use the bracers we got, because if I learned anything, Bocek, he was tough and fast, but he got hit, and that's really in the end what happened. And he went down. So we need to protect you better. I mean, honestly, the rest of his things, I don't think. I kind of gesture, you have his necro knuckles and his keg. Though you don't really use them, I think you can put them to use if a need arises. I wouldn't mind taking Talon, because it was his weapon, and I want to hurt the people who hurt him with it as much as possible.
Well, it's good if all of us have something that's got a little magic kick to it, because we've started to encounter things that can't be hurt otherwise.
If you give me the bracers, you should take my gauntlet, Scorple.
Are you saying that I can be as strong as Bocek?
I don't know how they work. I mean, I do actually, but yes.
Well, I could be just like Bocek.
Oh god.
And I just start giggling to myself. I'm gonna be the strongest small person. No one will see it coming.
They definitely won't. The sword will do you good if you got those things on.
And I kind of I'll pull out the Sturge King rapier, and I go, "You served me well, buddy." And I looked at Groinseeker and go, "Groinseeker, don't get jealous. You're still gonna be A+ #1 guy."
No fucking shit.
But if I get in melee, I would like to kill some of these kobolds with Talon.
Well, if you go into melee, then obviously you haven't used me well enough.
I think more that I just kind of riskily put myself forward and got too close.
I will restate that point, because that's exactly what I fucking mean.
Okay, well, you're great, and I still like you a lot, though we've had some differences. But I want you to understand that I would like to kill some things with Talon for Bocek.
Are you saying this out loud?
understand.
Oh, yeah, my side of it completely out loud. Corporal does not understand how telepathy
And
works.
I look over at Basha, it's like, we're used to you. This is nothing new. It's just in Dwarvish now. Exactly the same. Exactly. We all need invisible pets. That should be okay.
Well, then you should get one. You're gonna have to get one, and so is.
I gave up the axe that made me want to kill all the trees.
I guess that was your invisible. Yes, it did, but you know.
I don't know if I want something speaking into my head all the time. That sounds really strange.
Apparently, that's our charter. Even Bocek Eva Bocek saw his invisible sky clown and talked to her. You and I are out. We gotta find imaginary friends now.
I mean, I have Bahamut, but he's not imaginary or speaking in my head all the time.
All right, talk to him out loud with prayers, and you'll fit right in. I gotta find something.
I mean, have you heard the
This
good
one.
word of
Okay,
Bahamut, Drovar?
your ancestors literally pop out of you when you burst a blood vessel in your eye.
Yeah, but I don't really talk to them. I don't argue about stuff. They're just showing up. It's like, hey, where's the fight? You know, it's not.
I literally watched one jump in the way of a javelin, going, "I gotcha, little guy." I can't do a dwarven accent. My voice doesn't work
No,
that
you're
way.
fine. You're fine. No.
No, you actually do a perfect dwarven accent with your.
Oh yeah,
with your,
I gotcha, little guy. Oh god, that's so weird. Hurt my throat.
Right. I think I'll just talk to this rock.
Basha, as you are finishing up your ritual, just as you're about to finish, you are kind of facing towards where the depression is, going down into the raider camp area. You can see now there is someone climbing up the side of the wall, and you can just see hands kind of reaching over and pulling themselves up.
Someone's coming.
Oh,
I
this
draw a
motherfucker.
bow. All right,
Okay.
Goring Seeker, time to go to work.
Okay.
Oh, I can't hurry the end of the spell. I can't hurry it, everyone. Oh no.
Shh, we got this. We got
All
this.
right. They're pretty far. They're about maybe 150 feet from where you are right now. But as they kind of pull themselves up, you can absolutely see somebody dressed in dragon cult attire.
I would like to shoot an arrow at their feet and go, "This is your warning shot."
Okay. As you shoot the warning shot, the individual kind of stops for a moment and it's just kind of like wobbling in place, and they kind of put their hands up.
Is this that drunk cultist we met before?
Possibly.
Maybe.
And their skin looks like sallow from that. You can see what the mask is still on, but it's kind of like ajar. The clothing, like the robes that they're wearing, is kind of like dirty from like dirt and such. And it's probably that guy, but he's just like,
Drovar, do we question this guy, kill this
I
guy?
just want to push him right over the edge.
I mean, he still looks intoxicated, I think. Yeah, he's definitely still intoxicated.
All right, take her over here. No sudden moves, or we'll kill you.
Does he have any
Alright.
weapons on him?
make a quick perception check for me.
I mean, we did throw away that drunken cultist weapons. We took them. So
Yeah.
I don't know if this one does.
All right.
But I will
Well,
make a perception.
Yeah, make a perception check. Yeah.
13.
13. Doesn't look like they have anything on them currently. But again, they're pretty far at this point, and again, just like literally like barely able to stand, just kind of like wobbling.
All right, I'll just have my bow ready, and I kind of just looked at Drovar. Do I shoot him? Like,
Not yet. It's like, how much time left on the dome?
we can't hear you, Julie.
Sorry, do I put him in or out of the spell? We decide right now because I have to make that decision before I finish the spell. Because, like, if we put him in with us, we can trap him in with us, but he can come in. Do we want to
Well,
trap him out of
It'll
it?
be easier to get answers out of him in the dome. So yeah.
All right, he's part of it. But only him and us and the griffin, okay? All right. And it's...
Cool. Yeah, and you finish, and the dome just comes back up. And so, are you shooting this guy? Like, what are you doing?
I mean, he's staggering slowly. I'm gonna ready an action I'll ready my attack action that if any movement of threat, I will fire 2 shots into him.
I will advance on him.
Okay.
Axe is up, but I'm just like, if he starts like, looks like he's getting offensive, I'm taking an arm off. But otherwise, I'm like getting close, and then I'm gonna, if I'm within reach of him, eventually, then I just kind of, grab him and pull him to the ground and kind of drag him into the dome, so he's not really in any position to fight back.
Gotcha. Okay. Matt, you wake up. Your head is pounding. You have very little recollection of how you ended up here. You remember the beginning part, but everything gets a little fuzzy afterwards. As you kind of get up and you kind of sit up, you just kind of brush all of this like dirt and crap off of you. You see all the bottles of wine that you were drinking just crushed under rocks. You had this weird dream about a frog and this really big gray guy, like a giant. Made no fucking sense. But then there was all of these colors, and you felt so good. Like it was better than the wine. But it's very, 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 very foggy, very hazy. You kind of stumble your way out of the area that you're in. You go to the barracks, where there are almost a dozen cultists dead. Just some of them look charred beyond recognition. Some of them are just kind of like they seem skewered by a large blade. The fuck? You have no idea what's going on. You really need some air. So you start to make your way out of the enclosure, the cave area. Clearly all the treasure's gone. Like that happened, you don't know, must have happened while you were unconscious. Because there's barely anything in the room, mostly other than the dirt and the rocks. As the sunlight hits your face, the air is not helping. Oh my God. Like the sun, your head just starts completely pounding more and more. Maybe walking will do it. Maybe walking will help. You're kind of making your way out of the cave. You can hear some voices in the distance. Start making your way over. Holy shit, I gotta climb this. You say to yourself, begin climbing this wall. And as you make your way, and it's not a very steep wall, it is maybe 10 feet tall. The angle is not even steep, but in your condition, you feel like this is probably like the Mount Everest of hills. But eventually you make your way up. And as you do, there's a frog person pointing at a bow at you. And he's screaming at you. You can't really make out what he's saying right now. But there's also a dwarf. There's a dragonborn. And there's a lady just kind of waving her arms in the air. This day is just getting weirder and weirder. The frogman shoots an arrow at your feet. Whew, you fucking missed. Good. He sucks. That's awesome. Maybe I will live through this day. But then they start motioning you closer. What do they see?
At first, they see somebody who's dressed completely like one of the cultists. Can't really see their face or anything like that. But as he approaches, he grabs his cultist mask, and as he takes it off, it begins to turn to smoke, and as does most of the rest of his clothing. Using Mask of Many Faces, he removes his cultist disguise, and what you see is he's wearing cultist clothes, but they look torn, and like any of the holy symbols on them have been purposely scratched away or torn off. He's a gaunt man with unnaturally white hair and pale skin, deep bags under his eyes.
Oh, so wizard. No, I'm kidding.
And he's walking towards the lot of you, his hand still raised. Hello there.
Who the fuck are you?
Wait a minute. Yeah, who are you?
That's complicated.
Well, you know what else is complicated is this is spellbook, and I am wizard, and I could kill you if you don't answer our questions. Also, so could my friends. I mean, just look at them.
Yep.
And we've not had a good day.
Oh, I'm well aware you could. I saw you in the village. That they were, yes.
Wait, are you part of the cult or not? Because I'm getting confused and it's getting really hard to hold this string. So I think I'm going to shoot you.
Yeah, just shoot him. Just shoot him. It's perfectly fine.
Was.
Are you descended from orcs in any variety? Just a quick question.
Not that I know of, no.
I kind of start lower. I'm like,
fuck, he's not. I know it. He's not. Fuck! Give me, I want to fucking shoot an orc.
we'll find one, buddy. I'll just kind of talk to myself. Shh, we'll find one. And I'll slowly lower the bow because I don't want to pull my muscles.
Agree,
you
let's
just
scare this guy.
came out of the cave, and you're dressed in cultist clothes. Are you part of the cult?
Was.
Right.
Did you know they're the bad guys?
Not
Yeah.
all of them.
We're trying to stop them.
Yeah, I found out we were the bad guys. No, they don't tell you when they raise you in a cult that you're the bad guys.
Oh, I know that. My people are really bad, but I didn't think I was bad until I realized it.
I'd like to insight check him. Can I insight check you?
Yeah, I'd also like to insight.
Yeah.
Yes.
Go for it. Absolutely, inside check him.
20.
Do we still have the D4?
No, it only lasts 10 minutes.
All right,
All right, Basha
dirty
got
20.
20, Amala 20. Yeah, this is when you guys roll high.
19.
19. Drovar got a 3. Drovar, this guy's gonna kill you in your sleep.
Yep.
The rest of you, Matt.
This guy was raised by a cult.
Yeah, he clearly seems like he feels like he's telling the truth. Like he believes everything he's telling you.
So how did you become formerly of the cult if you were raised in it?
Oh, I've been hiding and drinking since that horrifying display in, what was that town called?
Greenest.
That one.
Alright, well, come inside this dome. Do you have any weapons on you?
Yes, but also no.
What does that mean?
Magic, don't you?
Yes. Well, yes.
Okay. All right.
And as he waves his hand, a green, a red, a blue, a black, and a white orb all appear, and then they form a line. And as he grabs the line, he summons his packed weapon, and a rapier's in front of him, in his hand. So,
Basha, what's that?
This
yes.
magic weapon.
Yes, I do have a weapon, and as he lets go of it, much like the mask, it turns to smoke.
Those
Okay.
colors looked a lot like Tiamat's colors.
Kind of.
Yep.
Yes.
So, like, okay, I feel like you're going to answer this very complicatedly when I go, are you part of her? But you're going to be like, yes, but no, it's really complicated. Like I was, and now I'm not, but I still get power from her.
But you summed it up pretty well.
Yeah, I'm a bounty
Okay.
hunter. I can tell who my criminal enemies are.
Okay, all right, wait. All right, I'm gonna walk up. Oh, I can't walk up to him because I'm stuck inside the dome. All right, I
Tell
can
him
put
to
my
come in here.
hands. Yeah, come in here. I'm gonna put my hand through the dome. We are going to shake on it. Do you swear on the magic pact of the Wizard Mafia and all things magical that you will do no harm to us while you are inside this dome?
Sure. That
Okay.
sounds fine with me.
All right.
If you attack us, I will rip out your throat.
I'll beat you to it.
He looks at you have a holy symbol on your tabard, right, Amala?
I have a necklace, yes.
He looks at your necklace very intently. Oh, you follow the nemesis. That'll piss Mom off.
Excuse me?
Mom?
Raised in a cult?
Oh, this is gonna get rough.
I feel like I'm babysitting again somehow, but not. Except that I'm not
Okay.
sure how
And
old you
Mala-
are. So
And Mala
Get
just
her in the
growls.
dome.
And Mala like growls, and you just see like sparks kind of ice come out of her nostrils. Like she's really rather upset.
Before
Can we tell at this point that it's the lush we found in the cave that Bocek didn't let us kill?
Yep.
yeah. By the way, who's Eunice or whatever her name was?
one of the people in one of my caretakers.
Okay.
Can I head back down the hill and grab my bag before I come into the
No.
Where's your bag?
bottom of the hill?
I'll
Oh.
get it.
All right.
And I'll kind of stealthily move down to try to retrieve whatever this bag he's referring to is.
Yeah, it's your backpack, right?
Yeah, it's the backpack plus the chest.
Okay. So yeah, easily enough.
Did he
portable,
shake
you
my
can get a-
hand? Sorry.
Sure.
Oh, when I stealth down that hill, I'm gonna go through his bag first before I bring it up. I want to make sure that it's not like fucking evil paraphernalia, etc., etc.
Make a stealth check for me.
23.
23. Okay, and make an investigation check.
9.
9. It seems like you're running mill stuff. Is Matt, is the chest locked?
Absolutely not.
So what does he find when he opens the chest?
Crowbar, a hammer, a broken holy symbol of Tiamat, holy water, manacles, a mirror, oil. Oddly enough, a hand-carved wooden stake, tinderbox, and torch.
Okay. All right. I don't make it look like I didn't toss his backpack. Like I put everything back in, but I'm not like, haha, you'll never know. I literally toss it, put it all back in, restuff the clothes on top, and just carry it up.
Yep.
But I'm not being subtle that I definitely ran through all his shit.
Oh yeah,
No secret notes. We're good.
Absolutely. Like there's like a residue of the poison on the clothes. It's evaporating.
I'm sorry. There's also a. No, wait. I'd keep that in my component pouch. Never mind.
Before you go through your stuff, I'd let it dry out for like 5 minutes, and I'll bring his backpack.
Let me. Is there a tree nearby I could hang it on then?
Sure. Wear gloves though.
And I walk over to a tree, muttering something to myself.
I just, as he's doing this, I'm looking at the rest of the group. It's like, but if this is a trap, it's one of the most never saw it coming that I've ever seen.
Well,
It's
I
like,
mean,
what if he, like, yeah, I don't know.
Let's-
I think he's
let's
telling the truth.
let's grill him for information. At least we'll get some worth out of him. I don't say that quietly.
All right, I don't know about I don't know
hear.
about the rest of you. I need to eat something because I am starting to get like majorly
Yeah.
hangry after all of that. So like let's do it on the premise of we're having him join us for dinner too, because like I'm just too hungry to care anymore.
I agree. Let's eat.
All right, so you begin kind of eating your new roommate.
All right. So what's your name? Because we didn't get that, or we did and I didn't listen.
I'm Vincent. Nice
Vincent.
to meet you.
I'm
Vincent?
Corporal Lurky Pokey.
I am Basha Barsht.
Amala just makes a grunting noise and ignores him.
That's a
yep.
mullet.
Yeah.
She doesn't like you.
Drovar's just looking at him and doesn't say anything.
And that's Strovar. Iron Helm.
Well, Last names also, I suppose. Vincent Helgrave.
Of
That is
course.
quite a name.
That's a pretty cool name.
It is, actually.
I mean, to be honest, like, my name's cool, Lurky Pokey. It gives you a really good description. This guy literally said he was raised in a cult. His last name's Hellgrave. Pretty solid. It's pretty self-explanatory right there.
So for the cultists, he's basically John Smith, right? You know,
Well, I mean, here, Vincent, obviously we don't trust you. Obviously, Amala threatened you to rip your throat out. So maybe to gain some trust, why don't you give us everything you know about what's going on in that cave, especially like the weird masked dragon guy and the lady.
And at this, are you willing to share with them?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Except for, you know, things that pertain to me.
Yeah, obviously. So Vincent begins to tell you essentially what's been going on. He's kind of been keeping himself secretive away as a very low-level cultist. And so he wasn't privy to a lot of like inside information, but he is able to give you some interesting information. It does tell you about the actual cult itself. Like very quickly begins to tell you that he passed himself off as an initiate, like an initiate cultist, specifically so nobody would look at him because they are the lowest of the low. But also he could get on the inside if he needed to, wherever he needed to go. Once they pass a test, they are actually whatever dragon they have an affinity for, whether it's black, blue, green, red, or white, they are kind of given instructions on what they should be and what they should do according to whatever color is needed to do something. After that test, that's when they get their red robes. And they become what's called a dragon claw. And essentially he goes also through the ranks of the cult for you. Starts talking, so it's what he's dressed up as is an initiate. Then you have the dragon claws, which are the ones in the red robes. They are dragon wings, which they have red robes, but they have like black outline on the robes. Then there is a dragon fang, a dragon soul, and a worm speaker. Worm speaker is the highest rank you can attain. And currently, there's only ever 5 worm speakers, one for each color of the dragons. Doesn't know all of them, but does know that one of them is Resmir, the black half dragon that you saw with the black dragon mask. Resmir has been here for a couple of months, setting up essentially the dragon hatchery inside of the cave structure, for black dragon eggs. There are black dragon eggs. Vincent doesn't know how many there are, but he just knows that there are black dragon eggs in there. And there are all worm speakers wear purple robes, but wearers of purple are always worm speakers. So you might there could be about like 20 worm speakers, but one second. I'm sorry, there could be only 5 worm speakers, but there could be 20 wearers of purple, or 30 or 40.
Right, now, there's that human woman,
Mondath.
Yeah, she's wearing purple, right?
Yes. So she is a wearer of purple, which gives her a high rank, but that doesn't necessarily make her a worm speaker. She's just below worm speaker.
Right, but it seems
I'm wearing it too.
But it
Still,
seemed more like she was in charge, or am I just not quite?
Well, she was in charge on the outside, is what we learned.
Okay.
But we never saw that big half dragon with the black mask on the outside camp.
Okay, gotcha.
But that's pretty much all Vincent knows. Like Vincent, you were in on the raid on Greenest. You were also in on a few of the raids of some of the smaller towns. You don't even remember what they were called because they were so tiny. Greenest so far has been the biggest place that you've hit so far. But
Does he know where the treasure was going?
some of it was teleported. Some of it was taken manually to the next place that they're going to hit, but Vincent doesn't know where those are.
Vincent, this is very important. Listen to me. Did you see a cart with a horse and a bunch of barrels on it?
Vincent, make a. This is going to be a straight up intelligence check at disadvantage because you are drunk and high.
Only a 3.
3. You don't remember a horse or a cart.
I couldn't tell you.
All right. Can
Damn.
you draw a rough map of this cave structure? With like.
So you were only allowed in the barracks in the treasure room. You do know what the rooms are. You don't know exactly where in the structure they are because you were only initiate. So you do know, Vincent, that so you start kind of like laying out all the different rooms. So there was the treasure room, which was the room that you were in. There was the barracks where Basha lit them up with a fireball. There was the Kobold barracks, which Gorpal discovered, unfortunately. That's around the place where Bocek got killed. There is the hatchery. There is the larder. There is the body dump. For any, there were a couple of intruders that into the camps a while back ago that were caught and killed. Also, prisoners that have died that get dumped in there. They don't necessarily get searched for all of the stuff that they have on them. They just, when they're dead, they just bring them in there and throw them in there. But the larder is to feed the kobolds and the dragons when they hatch. And there is also, hold on a second. I just want to make sure. Yeah, so the larder or meat locker, the nursery. There's also the fungus guard. That is also used for food for the kobolds and some of the cultists. And there's the dragon. There's also the shrine. And that is it.
And then I would like to make
in the chamber. Yeah, sorry.
I'd like to make an insight check to know if he's holding stuff back.
Go for it.
That will be an 18.
18. Vincent, do you think you'd be holding anything back from them? As far as information about what's in the cave structure?
Information about what's in the cave structure? No.
Well, I'm asking him to tell me everything. And like, if he glossed, like, I know Matt said that he is saying things, but like, I don't believe Gorpal's just like, this guy knows more. He's probably not telling us everything. So he's always, so I'm suspicious.
Yeah.
But again,
so he seems,
What was your insight?
18.
18.
20 deception to hide any personal details about me.
Okay. So he seems to be forthright as far as like what's in the cave structure. Like he's telling you everything that he knows, but he's definitely holding something back. But it doesn't seem to be about what you're asking about. Seems very guarded.
Huh?
And you do not know
the eggs. When are they supposed to hatch?
You have no idea.
I couldn't tell you. Not exactly under my purview.
Are you against the cult now? Now that you learned that they're the bad guys?
That's what I was going to ask. Why do you want to leave?
Specifically, I'm leaving to join you guys, and then I'm going to kill Tiamat, devour her soul, and steal her power, so no one else can tell me what to do.
I was like with you for at least the first part.
That is very specific.
And then the second part kind of made me not like you again.
Yeah, there's this whole middle area called "and then a miracle happens," and you get to the end of that second part there.
So
Well,
could
I'll
you,
start small with, like, other dragons, I guess.
So you grew up with a family of people that just worships these things and pretty much wants to kiss their cloacas, but now you just want to start killing them?
Um, well, I got brought on a raid, and I watched them burn a village. They don't tell you they're going to do that. They say, oh, we're going to...
Dragons.
They say that, oh, we're going to remove the wicked and unworthy. They don't tell you the wicked and unworthy includes burning families and the like.
So now I would like to do an insight check. I'm looking for remorse because right now he's about as oily as a snake dipped in grease to me, and I'm just looking for that sense of I want to see some sense of like genuine revulsion and horror with what he's talking about.
Okay.
Me
yeah.
also.
Yeah. Both of you roll an insight check.
I think with my past
13.
one, I believe him currently.
I rolled a 23.
23. Drovar, what'd you get?
13.
13. Do you feel remorse, Vincent?
It's a mixture of remorse, anger, and I guess, like, both remorse for what the cult did and remorse for his own loss of childhood and such.
Okay. That's what you two generally kind of pick up from him. There does seem to be like a slight bit of, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Matt, like arrested development a little bit. In the sense, like, especially since he went from like, like want to stop them from doing what they're doing, and then he just jumped right to kill Tiamat, take her power. Like, it does very much seem the very like childish plan, like but he seemed like very like, this is what's going to happen and I'm going to do it, like very much believed in that plan. But absolutely feels remorse for what's been happening.
Do you know where they were headed?
You have no idea. They don't tell you until you're pretty much like right outside the raid, like what's going to happen and what you're doing.
I unfortunately couldn't tell you.
All right.
I wish I could. Wish I knew.
Vincent, they recently killed one of our friends. The big half-giant man that let us spare your life. Because if it was up to me, I would have just killed you where you were.
Yep.
That's unfortunate.
But he died by those people, the kobolds, the orders. And we want to kill them all now. I will get revenge. We will all get revenge. So you're coming here to join us and know that you have the largest shoes to fill to even meet up to in a single moment. And that single moment that I don't believe you, we're going to do worse things than this cult will.
Yeah, the big guy was kind of a conscience. He's gone.
Yeah. I was going to say, however, all of that said, in honor of the friend that we lost, he did spare you. So at least for now, we will too, because he would want us to give you that chance.
And honestly,
If
he would ask you if you want to work for him and go to a bar to reform your life. But I think maybe helping us take out this cult. And you know what? I do want to kill Tiamat with almost all my heart.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm into it up until the point where you want to drink her soul or whatever. But I definitely am probably down for most of that. We got beat up a lot. I mean, you don't look so good yourself, big guy.
How hurt are you?
We're all very hurt.
Which one of you looks the most injured?
I'm 9 out of 46, so
17 out of 70. So
Jesus.
19 out of 55.
Most of that's from that last bit's from the psychic damage from trying to go into the hellstone.
Yeah, I'm 21 out of 34. I'm pretty okay.
Drover's like, just like blood, like drained, like from his eye sockets. And I was like, "Don't touch me."
I'm fine. I can take care of myself. Thank you.
Very well then. If you require medical assistance, please feel free to ask.
So that's so.
You will never touch me.
To be about to make an offer that we're not taking just yet. What do you bring to the table?
Incredible amounts of magical power, bit of healing.
Got that.
Some panic buttons. And once again, the smoke-like mask appears in his hand, and he puts it on, and he looks like a taller Drovar. Takes it off again, and he looks like himself. I can change my shape when I need to.
Yeah, it's actually pretty useful.
Wait,
not gonna
do
lie.
that again, and I close my eyes.
He puts on the mask, and this time, he uses Mask of Many Faces just to make his head look like Gorple's, but the rest of his body look normal.
I don't sense any changes. You look the same. And like, oh, my eyes are like, oh, God, you look that's awesome.
Take off the mask.
All right, he's funny. He has sense of humor. I like this.
So you're not like shape-changing, are you?
No,
okay.
It's all illusionary.
Okay. Well, we do need a rest, but I think we were planning on doing our funerals. I think we should put Botek to rest before we take our sleep. But tomorrow morning, I think we need to go in there and really show this cult what for.
Well then, here's to a lucrative partnership. And he kind of flinches after saying that. I need to use a tree real quick. And I would like to walk away from the group and immediately look at a tree. Oh, lucrative partnership. Real good, Vincent. This is why you don't have any friends. Loud sobbing from the woods, and then I would like to use Mask of Many Faces to make it look like I wasn't just crying.
I mean, we can hear this though, right? Like,
Yeah, you hear.
Don't tell him. He doesn't know. Don't tell him. Don't tell him. Just pretend like it's soundproof. It's even better.
Now then, I believe you have business you wish to take care of. I'll take watch for all of you.
We will share watches. Yeah.
Well, I mean, right now, he's going to give us some moments so that we can take a little bit of our private time. Listen, I get it. He's here right now, and if he wants to call for help, he can. There's nothing stopping him. We can kill him, sure, but like right now, we got to put a little bit of trust. Botek spared him. Let's hope that pays off. And if it doesn't, well, we'll take care of that.
and Maul's going to go over to the Griffin and give the order of, if he does anything out of line, like try to attack us or call for help, to like attack him and murder him.
So as you say this to the Griffin just kind of like, and then immediately like does the slow head turn towards Vincent.
Good Griffin.
Vincent leans down and starts rubbing his fingers together and making kissy noises as a small black cat comes out of the woodline. And immediately runs up and perches itself on his shoulder.
Oh, it's a cat.
What happened to your cat?
I did have a cat, didn't I? Probably went back to be with my daughters, to be honest, because I have no idea where it went.
You left your Tressum with your family.
I did, that's right, okay.
I wasn't sure. It's like, hey, wait.
I wasn't sure either. I did. No, I left him there because he would be happier because he gets fed fish and is fat.
The fuck did we do with our cat? Did we kill the cat? The fuck?
What happened to the cat? Well, there's new cat now. Is it friendly? Is it actual cat? Is it Tressum?
It is not a Tressum. It's well, one of the earlier things I found was I believe it was a wizard's spell book originally. It was taken away from me rather quickly, but not before I learned a trick or two, and, well, gets lonely. So I summoned myself a friend.
Oh, does it have name?
Yes, it does.
I look sad.
Her
Aw.
name is Sari.
Sari?
Yes.
Can I scratch its head or will it bite me?
And I lower my arm and it crawls down the arm, hops on the floor, and starts to walk towards you.
Cool. I do the pss, 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 and if it comes to me, I start scratching it like a cat. You know, that's what I'm doing now. That's what Bosch is doing.
Okay.
All right. So Drovar, Amala, Basha, I don't know how we're gonna get this leg back without it rotting.
Bury it or burn it.
Well, my people, we have a tradition when our warriors and people fall, and I'd like to perform it. We kind of, well, I guess it's gonna get weird for you guys, but for me, it's not that weird. Which is, we
Okay.
consume pieces of the dead.
We're going to eat Bolchek's leg?
Well, not all of it. That's gross. We're gonna eat parts of it because that's how you gain part of their power and courage. It emboldens your spirit. Think of it as both a physical and spiritual nourishment.
Can we opt out of this?
Yes,
part?
can we
Yeah,
opt out
you-
of eating Bolchek's leg?
You don't have to.
All right.
Okay.
You can take the part. He's like, you take the parts that you need. The rest of it, we're gonna bury here because wouldn't survive the trip. And I'm going to get. Pulls out what flask he's got. It's like, I'm not gonna get blind drunk, but I'm gonna get just a little bit before falling asleep, and we're gonna bury it deep enough that nothing comes along to dig it up and eat it.
Well, I mean, if you're all not going to partake, I will eat the whole thing if you want, and we'll save the bone. It'll make it easier so we don't have to bury anything. I don't want to bury him near here.
That's up to you, Warble. You're the one consuming it.
Well, we're bringing his ashes back to his family. They deserve that. But I don't want to bring them a rotten leg, because that's, even to me, a little weird. So, all right. Well, then I'll take a few moments, and then when we're ready, if we want to do a thing. I do have a few words I want to say, but really, I guess they're for me. I don't know how much for you guys, but you could, if you want to join me.
I will also say a few words and do what we would do.
So
I will also, as I drag a bottle of vodka from my bag that I've been carrying this whole time.
I just sit down next to you.
So DM, this part of Bochek's leg, does it have tattoos on it?
It does.
Okay, so first things first, I properly skin his leg because I want to turn his skin into wraps for like talons, like hand wrap and a hand wrap onto groin seeker. Like I'm gonna stretch and start treating that leather kind of on the side because skin is just leather. We all know this.
Okay. I will say roll me a medicine check. I'll say medicine or survival.
I'm skilled at both.
Okay, your choice.
They're the same.
Okay.
I got 12.
12? Yeah, that's enough. Yeah, you're able to kind of like cut and again, just as a reminder, like it is most of his leg almost going up to the hip. That was blown off, and it is like the bone is sticking out of certain pieces, so you're able to kind of cut around where the bones have protruded and poked through the skin. And you have enough. I mean, Bochek was massive, so you definitely have enough to do that.
And then I want to ritually strip off the meat and clean the bone because I want to keep his bones for other things.
Yep. Yeah.
So,
with that medicine check, yeah, you can definitely do that.
All right, and then once I have like the meat properly prepared, everyone pretty much opted out, so I don't have to worry about cooking it for them properly. And I kind of head over, and does someone want to begin? Because I got some words, but I don't want to hog this. Basha, you knew him best, I guess.
Basha's in the middle of taking a big swig of vodka right before she responds. Bocek.
Yeah, I'll take that.
Bocek, yeah. No, Bocek was always kind. He always knew what to say. Best brewer I've ever met. One of the best friends I've ever had. In a way, I mean, he was my friend. You know, in a way, he was like extended family. He can't ever be replaced. But the light that is Bocek will shine on in every good deed and every new friend we make. Na zdrowie! And I take the bottle back and take another big
That's
swig.
over, yeah. Does someone want to go next?
I will. I may not have known Bocek as long as you all. My very first memory was seeing you all in Greenest and watching Bocek punch a man to death with one punch. And from there, I had the utmost respect for this man, even though I had no idea who he was. He was a valiant warrior and a very kind man, even if it left him a little bit naive. But he was a good soul, and we will do what we can in his memory, and we will do what we can for his soul. And then she's going to recite a prayer in Draconic to Bahamut for Bocek.
And Drovar's just... He saw... that boy saw the good in far more than the rest of us do. Oh, right, yeah. I don't have the words. I never did back in the unit when Vlad didn't come back. We just sit around, drink, swap a tale or two, and I don't have the words now. I'm gonna miss him. We'll try it and we'll avenge him. The one thing I guess I'll say is he gave people the benefit of the doubt far more than I would have. And sometimes that worked out. There's at least a couple of folks working for 3 kobolds in a trench coat, maybe, who owe that. And there's many more in this world. He looks over at Vincent just like as he's like drinking his cup. It's like, who lived because Bocek thought they were worth a shot. With him not around, those shots aren't going to be coming quite so often. And he gets up to walk out of the dome to relieve himself.
Gorple kind of tears begin slowly coming from his eyes, and he holds up the meat like in like a dish, and he says, "Death is natural, and we are all part of it. Through nature and our bonds, we will all be together." He takes a single bite, closes his eyes, relishes, swallows. His physical power, as we consume him, and his body provides us with a part of his strength. He again takes another bite. As his form provides physical nourishment, he fills us with his courage and his purity of heart. With this part of him, we shall move forward with a clear and pure heart. And then he takes the last bite. The last part we consume is a part of his spirit, which will always guide us and protect us when we need it most. The pact has lost one member, but we have all gained a little. A little of our pack makes to make us as a whole stronger. Though we may never fill the giant hole Bocek has left, we will go avenge our fallen comrade with the strength he has given us throughout our days together. Rest well, Bocek. May we join you and complete the pack again when it is our time. And then he kind of just sinks to the floor.
What is Vincent doing?
He is sitting on a rock with like his legs crossed, just smiling. Like a very I've made friends smile.
Okay. Basha?
Basha's probably crying by now. Also, she's gonna start singing from her homeland, like probably from hers and Bocek's homeland, like a traditional lament kind of a thing. Um, I'm not gonna sing anything because I can't think of anything right now, and my Polish singing is not as good as my other language singing, so not gonna do that. But yeah, she basically starts singing this like over the top lament song as she's like sobbing. So it's not very well sung, but it is very heartfelt. And then in between taking swigs of vodka. And then kind of the way this lament works is it's really sad. And then in the end, there's a lot of like shouting and it gets like very excitable. And those of you, like, since none of you speak the language, it's kind of weird. You're not really sure like what's going on, but like, yeah. And then she pretty much just falls into drunken sobbing by the end. That's pretty much how that goes.
So as you complete these words and rituals for your fallen comrade Bocek, you all take a moment to reflect what impact Bocek had on your lives. And you realize that he had an impact much larger than his actual physical form. Something that you will all carry with you for the rest of your days, most likely. But he's not really gone, as most of you actually know now. And that kind of tempers your resolve of what you need to do, not just avenge his life that was taken too soon, but to also now free his soul and make sure that it goes where it needs to go. Because most of you know now, especially you, Amala, while it is currently safe, it doesn't seem like it's actually pleasurable. And Bocek was nothing if not a party guy. And he needs to go where the party is. And you all kind of feel that in your hearts, in your own unique and specific ways. And while some of you can't express that verbally, you can feel that. And while most of you are exhausted from your ordeal, not just in the caves, but within the livery. Although you technically know that you need to rest, your resolve is telling you, let's go kick some ass. You spend the evening in the hut, once again kind of covering the exterior with branches and brush. You're all taking a watch? Mm-hmm. All right, who's on first watch?
I'll take first watch.
I'll take first watch with him.
I'm not tired.
Okay. Vincent and Amala take first watch. Okay. Who's taking second?
Drovar used to take always sort of the middle of it. He'll take the middle again.
Okay. And
I'll take the middle also. Wait. Yeah, no, I'll take the middle now that they have goggles.
Okay. And that will just leave Gorple for the final leg of... All right. So Vincent and Amala, please make me perception checks as you take first watch and the rest of you begin to bed down for the evening.
17.
4.
Okay. All right. So you begin to say further, and it's still light outside. It's thankfully within the dome. Those who are still within the dome the dome is actually filtering out the harshness of the light, still making it a very, very comfortable rest for those who are within the dome. But Vincent and Amala, you are outside with your, at least for this time being, for the next couple of hours, your griffin. You can actually make a perception check for your griffin as well.
He also rolled a 17.
Nice. Okay. All right. So as you're taking watch, Vincent, you are so yes, Vincent.
Should I make a perception check for my cat?
Yeah,
for my
actually,
familiar?
Yeah, actually, you can do that. Yeah.
$18 for the cat.
Okay. So, Vincent, you're overwhelmed that you've just made some friends, and that thought just keeps kind of permeating your mind. That wow, you didn't think it was going to be that easy. You should probably get drunk more.
So, how long have you been following the Nemesis for?
I've been following Bahamut my entire life.
Is that what they call him?
His name is Bahamut. And you followed the bitch Tiamat.
Followed is a strong word.
Referring to Bahamut as the Nemesis, I'm going to say that you followed her. But yes, my entire life. I have been a follower and a paladin of Bahamut for a very, very long time.
I think we're going to get along wonderfully.
Don't count your coins before you have them.
I wasn't allowed to have coins.
It was a phrase, meaning, I do not believe we're going to be friends. Do not count on it.
He just sits there in silence for the rest of the time.
Yeah, as
awkward
Vincent
silence.
Yeah, awkward silence the whole time. Vincent purposely not looking at you, but also not really paying attention, just kind of like looking around in awkwardness the whole time. However, Amala, you and your griffin are paying attention to your surroundings, and outside of the normal animal sounds, bird sounds, occasionally kind of getting up, checking on the actual cave entrance, don't really see much of anything. Vincent, your familiar does stop for a moment, kind of darts off into the trees, comes back with a mouse, and just kind of like plops it at your feet. It's dead, like the other ones that you've gotten.
I do want to joke and like intervene a little bit, if that's okay,
Mhm.
of like the cat and the griffin becoming like really good friends. Like I just thought that would be really cute.
Oh my god.
Until the griffin suddenly goes back to a statue and the cat's like,
Oh
Just knock the
no!
statue off the shelf. Like
But
Best
outside
friend ever.
outside of the awkward silence and the dead mouse, your watch goes without a hitch. And it's still light outside. You kind of bedded down around 2 p.m. About 2:30, 3 p.m. maybe. So you're gonna wake up in the middle of the night. Just to be aware. But you go in, and Amala, you go to wake Drovar and Basha for their watch.
so we're up, kind of.
Yep, I'm awake. I'm very awake. A little,
Any other-
still a little drunk, but awake. I'm good.
At this point in time, it's beginning to become dusk. The sun is slowly beginning to set. I need both of you to make perception checks for me, please. Basha?
22.
Very nice. Drovar?
19.
18. All right.
Oh, fuck, there's a dead mouse in here.
How did that get there?
And it's playing techno.
Yes.
So he just, like, whatever little liquor he's got left, just puts the cap on. It's like, we'll drink more after we kill those fuckers.
Agreed.
You know, we should take that gem of Gorps. Should find a church of Lyra, bring it to them. I mean, we've met 2 gods now, right?
Yes, 2.
So the other one ought to weigh in on this. I mean, she liked him. Apparently, he was, her number 1 party guy. If he's trapped in there, somebody's got to give us some better ideas of what the hell is going on and why he's in there.
Yes, or the wizards might know something too. I should get in touch with them.
No offense, dear, but to be honest, you're about the only one that wouldn't go, oh, that's terribly interesting. I'll hang on to this, and you come back to you in about 10 years.
That's true.
But Lyra's was looking out for him. I think she might have been in on trying to bring him back, and then that bitch showed up and just, cut her off with the knees. She might want some payback, and, maybe they'd have some insight as to where he is. We need to know more about what's in there before we poke around again, because, I mean, I didn't see any swamp with dead creatures and whatever and him chained to a wall. But, yeah, I don't think we'd have lived another second if we'd stayed there.
Yeah, I didn't see him chained to wall, but I did see the building, and I did see her go inside it, so I believe her.
No, I do as well. And I think we need to get a better sense of what's going on. And I know, the wizards aren't the only source of magic out there. Frankly, if a god who likes them, wants to help, maybe one of our priests can tell us something. Anyway, that's my thought. What do I know?
I don't
Just an
know.
old drunk man.
So as you're kind of having this conversation, and again, this has been a very impactful day, and you are very, very tired and exhausted. The two of you begin to hear some kind of like noise kind of in the distance towards the actual campsite, the raider campsite.
Okay, I will get the spyglass, kind of.
Okay.
See if I can see
As
something.
you kind of looking around, the first place looking immediately at the cave entrance, you can see what looks like 2 kobolds just at the entrance going and just kind of sticking their arms out and then pulling them back really fast, and then just kind of like looking around, not seeing anything. They kind of talk to each other slightly, and then they head back into the cave.
Okay, do these look like the little skeevy ones that we're used to, or are they those swole bolts?
Those are those swole bolts, yeah.
Swobles. Wait,
I've
did
heard
they
that
look like?
somewhere. That's not my term for it, but I can't remember where I've heard it. But swole bolts, yeah.
Yes, they are. No, these are the actual jacked kobolds that you've encountered.
Well, they're either testing the air to see if the sun's gone down, or they're gonna come out and start looking for us.
Well, how many? You said how many were there?
You see 2.
They weren't the 2 that Warble talked to, were they? I mean, I don't know how you'd know.
They all look alike.
Wow.
But outside of that, your watch comes to an end without much issue.
I let Gorple know when I wake him up.
Okay.
And it's dark, right?
At this point, yeah, it's dark.
Can I borrow your goggles?
Yeah, here. I take him off my head.
I'll wash them before I give them back.
Thank you. I'm going to sleep now.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, I feel great. I slept like a full 6 to 8 hours. I feel good.
Mm.
As soon as it's turn for watch, he just hands the spyglass back, mentions the two kobolds, and just curls up on his cot, like back to everyone, and is just out.
Okay. Gorple, I need you to roll a perception check for me, please.
14.
14. Okay. So as you're kind of taking watch, and these goggles are interesting because as you're kind of sitting there, they don't fit over your large eyes. They just kind of like sit on top of them slightly, and then a few moments go by and they go and fit themselves to your face. And immediately you can see now what the big deal about these goggles are.
These are amazing. Also, I'm doing like fake, like stepbrother style karate moves now that I have these gauntlets of ogre power on.
Oh yeah, because
Feeling how buff I am. But every time I look at the smiling ogre on it, I go, oh, Bocheck. Ah, God damn it. I killed me.
I forgot to mention I would have put on I said Gorples, Jesus. Bocheck's bracers too before I go to bed. Like I'll attune overnight while I sleep. It's fine.
That's fair. Yeah, so you're just kind of like, you actually punch a tree and watch as a huge chunk of that tree just kind of breaks off.
I have this much power, but it's really neat.
And as you're just kind of like playing around with these, you do hear in the distance. Immediately you go over to where the cave entrance is and pull out the spyglass. And as you do, you see these two kobolds just kind of like sticking their head out and just kind of looking around. Yeah. And they kind of like begin to kind of sneak out of the cave entrance. All the while, I mean, they're going very, very slow and they're just kind of like looking back and forth. Back and forth.
Can I try to stealthily approach them?
Sure. Roll a stealth check for me, please.
27.
27, yeah. Yeah, you're able to easily just begin making your way towards them. The loose stones, that make up kind of the makeup of the hill going upwards as you're coming down. You're able to kind of sidestep any loose stones so they don't fall. And you get right up on them. Like they're maybe like 10 feet from you. They don't even notice that you're there.
Are these the kobolds from before? Since I did talk to them and see them?
You can hear them talking. They're talking back and forth. They go, "Do you see small green one? No, he must go. So we must go too. Small ones stick together."
And then Draconic, I go, "Hey, I was waiting for you guys to come join us."
Oh, and they see you and immediately put their spears down. "We look for you, small green one."
So, we got beat up. You guys are really tough. You saw what your friends did.
"We sorry for big one."
No, that's okay. Well, we're going to get revenge. We're going to come back in a little bit if you want to help. Maybe try to get some of your friends together, or if you just want to help us take over.
As you kind of look at them, you can see cuts and scratches on them that they did not have before. And they kind of look at each other and they go, "We try to get them to fight with us and we banished. So we leave now."
Okay. I mean, we're going to go in there and kill all of them.
"Okay."
But if you want to go on your way and kind of try to make your own life, I do know a place.
"Where?"
It's in Neverwinter, and I start giving them the Bochek spiel about Bochek's bar. I'll tell you, there's this guy that owns the bar. He's definitely 3 kobolds in a trench coat, and I bet he knows about your people, and that's probably why he escaped.
Make a persuasion check with advantage.
19.
They kind of like look at each other. Which way?
And I'll give them the best way. I'm like, it's gonna take you like a month, at least if you're just moving.
We go very, very slow. We be very safe.
And then I go, when you get to the city, there's a sewer system. And I described them the way to get into the underground area of how we broke into the sewers to get to the bar. That's probably your safest way in, because if they just see kobolds, they'll probably kill you, the town guard. But if you get there and through here, I kind of tell them about the bar and the entrance that we kind of covered up that had the weird fucking were-rat hand in it thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I go, once you get into there and you get up to the wait till the bar closes and there's less people, you can kind of hear it. The floorboards aren't that thick. I would say go approach and tell them that you are Gorpal's friend and this is for Bochek. Bochek wants you to work here and they might be able to give you a job.
Okay. We tell them Bochek sent us.
They'll understand.
Okay. Thank you. And then one of them whispers in the other one's ear, and he kind of looks and he just kind of nods. And he goes, "Oh, okay. When you go in where eggs are, be careful of rock monster."
I go, thank you. We take care of each other. I wish more of you were forward thinking. I don't like that all these big people and dragons order us around. There's so many more of us.
A lot.
But unfortunately, these things happen. And I'll let them kind of go on their way. I'm not stopping them.
They kind of look at you. They kind of like nod respectfully to you.
Before you go. And I make 10 good berries. And I hand each of them a good berry. This will feed you for today.
Yeah, they take it without hesitation. They split it amongst.
No, I just give them one each.
Oh, okay. Okay,
just so they can heal some of their wounds and get fed for the day.
Yeah, they eat it without any hesitation. They go, oh, you holy one. They both drop to their knees and they just kind of like bow to you, and then they get up and they pick up their spears.
Yeah.
There's gonna be like homemade Gorpal statues in sewer systems all over Neverwinter when we go back, like little shrines to holy
people.
to the holy frog.
Yeah, I don't really have anything extra for them. That's all I got. Yeah. And I'm like,
they seem very grateful.
Stick to the trees. Use cover. Most people are gonna see you as monsters, so be careful.
We be safe. You be safe.
I do, and I kind of just like predator into the fucking shadows and fucking rock face as I climb up, and my armor kind of covers my vision.
As you disappear, like they stand there and they wait, like almost respectfully, for you to kind of like meld back into the dark. And as you do, before they start walking away, you hear one of them go, "Nice." And then they just like walk. You see them kind of still like stealthily begin kind of like still looking around, walk out of the camp and into the forest, and they disappear. Outside of that, your watch goes pretty much without any issue. But as your watch comes to an end, you feel this weird kind of tug on your mind. Like it's almost like somebody tapped you on the shoulder, but there's nobody there, and you didn't actually feel it. It was so weird. And you begin to hear a voice in your mind. House of Knowledge to Master Gwolf. Map is possible Underdark Ruin that contains an artifact of ancient proportions. Entrance needs to be found. There's a pause, and then it continues. No more information to be gleaned here at the House of Knowledge. Please consult with Candlekeep for more information. You may respond to this message.
Thanks. Can you let Bocek's family know that he's passed? We're gonna bring back his ashes. Thank you again.
There's no response.
Also, watch out for the dragon cult. They're bad.
There's no response.
That was fucking weird. Groinseeker, did you hear that?
Yeah, I hear every fucking thing that's in your head. Guess what? Because I'm in your fucking head too.
Oh, so wait, I don't have to respond to you out loud?
No! I told you that!
Oh, yeah, I know, but it's hard for me to understand you through your accent.
All right, I will talk slower to you. Is this better?
That doesn't make it any better, and I'll tell you, when the people came and saw the natives of Cholt and they did that, it was very insulting.
Okay, look.
I'm just fucking with you. I understood. I was just being an asshole.
You just hear like there's like a long pause, and you just hear. That's it. Like Groinseeker stops talking to you.
Good talk. And I just kind of head back up, and I'll just slowly start waking everyone with a good berry so that they can get a full meal.
All
so
right.
that we don't have to cook or make a fire, fire.
Oh, Bolshek won't make us breakfast anymore.
Oh, man, you're right. That sucks.
What's this?
Oh, so, this is...
I just ate it.
It's quick.
Well, some people call it Gorple honey, which is really weird because it's just berries. But what it does is...
some people? Who is the some people?
I don't know. I hear Groinseeker calls it that, and it is weird. But if you eat it, it'll heal you slightly, but it'll make you full for the day.
Easy enough for me.
It's a survival tool, and yep.
Not bad.
Yeah, it's got a tartness to it, but there is also
7.
sweet.
I got 3 left, and I'll hold one. I will pass one to Basha. You can heal Amala, so I will then pass one also to Drofar. You can force someone to eat them, and then that way, if they're down, it'll bring them back up.
Yeah,
They only last about a day.
Yeah, he tucks it into his pouch and just eats, crappy rations.
Did
Okay.
that sleep recover our exhaustion?
Yes, it did, because you only have 1 point of
Thank you.
exhaustion. So you come back to your full health. Any spell slots that you expended, you get that back. You have the experience of a long rest. It is sometime in the evening now. Gorple, you have a better idea. It's probably about anywhere between 9:30ish, 10 in the evening.
So it's somewhere between 9 and 10. Apparently, inside the egg hatchery is some sort of earth monster. Rock monster is what they called it.
Oh.
Oh, our 2 friends left. They were waiting for a good time to leave.
Oh, it was them.
They
Rovar, I told you it was them.
They tried to convert some of the other kobolds, but they fought and they escaped. I sent them to Bocek's bar.
Oh,
Right.
that is good.
Well,
I
that
hope
makes
they
it
make it.
easier for when we go back in there. We don't have to worry about trying to talk to anybody. We just get it done.
But it said rock monster in hatchery.
Okay.
So, Vincent, I know you described the cave so thoroughly because you're very good at descriptions. But those stairs going down right from the main entrance of the cave, do you know where that leads?
Yeah, it was hot down there. What
We didn't look.
From what Gorple's saying, Vincent, that sounds like the mushroom area.
Some sort of fungus cave.
Okay. I was just checking because we skipped past it, and I don't know if that's worth looking into. So.
All right.
Well then, shall we go slaughter a bunch of the people that raised me?
When you put it
Yes.
like that, it's weird, but yes.
Sounds delightful. All right, I think the best option is let's sneak in there, kill as many as quickly as possible and quietly, and then once the alarm sounded, we go even harder.
Yep.
I think the alarm will probably sound sooner than we think. I think they're going to be expecting us.
And I will say, so I think if we're going to deal with, I don't know, so Vincent, I, again, don't know much about what you truly know, but those swobolds, as they've been labeled, so those really strong-looking kobolds, because most kobolds are very easy to beat. Do you know, like, how many there are? Or, like, how many? Because, like, we killed a bunch, but I don't know if we killed all of them.
Vincent, you would not know the exact number, but you would definitely know. Let's see. What they're calling the swoballs.
What, that kobold had an 8-pack. You can't tell me he's not swole.
Those were very specifically bred and trained kobolds that are used for more important tasks like guarding the eggs and the treasure and things like that the cult uses on occasion. There was maybe two dozen, maybe 3, possibly. They didn't want to keep too many of them in the cave, but you know, they breed like rabbits.
So maybe 2 dozen, a little bit more. They're not exactly trying to keep them all bunched up, but they did need to leave some to guard the eggs and treasure.
All right, so we killed like 12, I'm guesstimating, a little bit more. So, and 2 got away. So, all right. So, if we encounter more of those guys, I think we got to focus fire. Because normal kobolds, easy to slaughter, but we got to take them out. They don't, they're not that, they're tough, and that's really the problem. And when they work together, they kick the shit out of us. So, I think we got to work more together and kick the shit out of them by focusing. And also, like, I fucked up when we did our cultist thing in the initial time and trying to like occupy all of them at once, and they hurt us bad. Those like red rope guys are really well trained at fighting as a team, which I didn't realize we had that problem, but apparently we just go off and attack random things. And I don't know, maybe Drovar, you should give us tactic lessons.
Yeah, maybe I should.
So focus one at a time, kill them, move on. That's what I'm hearing, correct?
Focus fire and stay together. I mean, maybe not like all bunched together because that's bad for spell people because like then they might hit us all at once. But like, don't go running ahead, Corporal.
Okay, that's fair. That's on me. I'll take that. But like when we fought as that line, Drovar and I holding it with his Skelly boy, that's like pretty solid because then you can throw spells and stuff into it. Also, Vincent, can you see in the dark?
It is not a talent I possess, no.
Okay.
I throw him one of the dragon necklaces. It's like, did you earn? I guess you didn't earn one of these, huh?
I had one, but in case you haven't noticed, I gesture at the fact that I literally destroyed any iconography of Tiamat on my body.
Congratulations, you're promoted. That way, at least when they use darkness, at least this will be able to know where things are right around you.
Oh, speaking of, you want some like fresh robes? Because I think I have all varieties now in my bag. I'm pretty sure I have red robes. I'm pretty sure I have like regular clothing, like people clothing, because I got it for someone else that we rescued, and he ended up not needing it. So like, if you want clothes that are not cultist clothes, we have like regular clothes.
These will be fine for now.
Okay. Well, if they get completely destroyed during battle, then you know I have backup. If he
All right.
survives, I say to Drovar. If he survives.
All right, everyone. I guess it's time. And so, let's see, Mala. I hate that you wear so much heavy armor. So I'm just saying, I hate it. I love you, but I just hate that you wear such big, clunky armor. So
It keeps me safe, and I can continue doing more if I'm alive and well.
yeah, but like us sneaking through anything, it's fine. It's fine. I got it.
Do you want me to make two of you invisible? Because I can do that. It's a big spell slot though, so like if I use it, it's a big spell. So if I use it, it's gonna be bad.
Why don't I cover us, and I will emboldening bond Amala, Drovar, Basha, kind of keep the dream team together, and then I will pass without a trace us to kind of, I call upon nature and the shadows to kind of come over us and dampen our sounds. All right, we should be pretty stealthy now.
So that's D4 and plus 10, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
All right. Except for you, Vincent. You just get plus 10.
And I don't get a D4 either.
All right. So as you begin to make your way towards the entrance of the cave system once again, the shadows clinging to you and sticking to you, getting ready to not only avenge your fallen friend Bocek, but to kill the shit out of anyone that stands in your way. And that's what we're going to call it for the evening.
All right.
This was amazing.
Snape
Just saying.
Good game, everybody.
Yeah.
Also, I'm so glad that the drunk cultist came back this way. I'm so glad you're playing him, Matt.
That's like the best. I was like, yes! As soon as he was like, he's kind of drunk, I was like, yes! Because I knew.
Yeah, Drovar is firmly displeased with this, but I think it's pretty cool. So
Amal is also very displeased, but Shannon thinks this is wonderful.
Hello, Zuko here.
Literally, when you posted that in the group chat, I was like, ah! It was so good.
I did find out where I found the term swobold. It was from the creature catalog by Kobold Press, so it's their own monster manual for 5e, but they had a kobold variant in there called a swobold. I'm like, that's where I remembered the name.
I love
So
that.
good.
That's awesome.
Credit where credit's due.
Yeah. No, thank you for that. So yeah, that was awesome session, everybody. That was really great. Gene, I really enjoyed that cannibalism ritual.
Buffalo Gorble.
Yeah, and I'm putting his skin as the hand wraps to my weapons now.
So weird.
Yeah.
So weird.
I just want to point out to you, so I once played a sci-fi LARP, and there were these snake people, alien race, and they did this for their dead, and that's why I was like, this is the fucking creepy, coolest thing I've ever done. I was like, it has to happen. I'm going to eat Bocek. That's how that works.
Yeah. No, that's awesome.
He was telling me about this in the car this morning when we were going for breakfast, and I was like, this is the worst, but also the best, just so you know.
And now I'm not hungry. Thank you so much.
Yay.
Just let everyone know, at the very beginning of the session before we went live, Gene asked us, are you guys okay with cannibalism?
Just non sequitur, you know.
Yeah. Has nothing to do with the game, but are you guys all right with cannibalism? Is that okay? So I will say this, Gene, take a DM inspiration for that ritual that you can carry on into next session. And everybody else, I mean, that was really great. That was a really great session. That was really fun. And I'm glad we got Matt. I'm really glad we got Matt into the session.
Yay!
That's awesome. So thank you so much. Like, again, I love it when a player comes together. I did not expect some of the things that happened, but I'm glad they did happen. And the way they did happen, that actually worked out really well. And I hope you all had fun. I had an amazing time.
I had a blast.
It was great. Thank you for running. It was so good.
Yeah, thank you. And I hope all of you watching enjoyed it as much as we did. Want to start sending out some shout outs here. So go backwards and start from the beginning. So would like to, okay. I now know what the name is. It's a bunch of letters put together, but it does actually make words. I would like to thank Saltwater Cowgirl for following the channel. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Lady Poopsie, that's my oldest daughter. Thank you so much for the resub at tier 1 for 16 months. Holy shit. I keep forgetting that we've been running this long. Sauce God, Ben, fucking, I love you, man. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you so much for that. And Ocelotus, man, we miss you so much, Ocelotus. I know you got life going on, but you need to know that we miss you. We talk about you positively. And we think about you, and we do miss you. So it's great when you do show up and you're here in the chat and watching us. We appreciate you so much. Thank you so much for gifting a tier 1 sub. To Narapi, enjoy your month-long sub. Not only will you get some amazing emotes for those who are not aware and have not seen them yet, I have also created some amazing animated emotes. So we do have a Gwurple animated emote that is just #1 party frog in all the different colors, just kind of flashing. We have the cheers mug that just kind of like just comes into focus, and then we have the crazy WTF that just kind of like shakes everywhere. So enjoy those amazing emotes, and again, thank you everyone so much for watching and supporting us the way you do. It means a lot to us, and we do appreciate it. So as we end, as always, we don't just end, we always do raid off to someone who has not only shown us support but also deserves support as well. So as we finish off for the evening, there's the WTF one. It's like, what the fuck? So as we finish off for the evening, please, if you're not following this person, please, if you're so inclined, please throw them a follow, say hello in chat if that's your thing. But at the very, very least, if you just want to watch them, have them on, lurk, let me tell you something, that's the backbone of support here on Twitch. I mean, that's enough right there. So just show that love however you can show that love, and we appreciate you for it. So again, remember, please be kind to yourself. Please be kind to others. We love you very much. We'll see you next time. Take care.